afternoon to all of you present here. I welcome you all to the annual seminar, Quest for Dignity, Women, Work and Mobility in Rural India, being organized by Center for Political Studies in collaboration with Bharat Krishak Samaj and Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. I would request Professor V. Bijukumar, Chairperson, Center for Political Studies, to kindly come up on the dais and chair this session. Sir has 20 long years of postgraduate teaching and research experience and has taught in northeastern states of India like Meghalaya and Mizoram. And he brings in excellent insights on society and politics in northeastern states of India in his research work. His areas of specialization include comparative politics, political economy of development, and democratization. I request you to kindly proceed, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. And on behalf of Center for Political Studies, School of Social Sciences, JNU, I extend a warm welcome to all of you for this seminar organized by Center for Political Studies and Bharat Krishak Samaj in collaboration with IIT Hyderabad. First, I invite Professor Kashwal Kumar Sharma, the Dean of Social Sciences, come to the dais. And Dr. Amrita Datta to come to the dais, please. Yeah, this is the follow-up of many other seminars we conducted earlier also in collaboration with the Bharat Krishak Samaj. Is that who else? Okay, there's one more thing. Professor Ritu Diwan also come to the dais. Thank you. Yeah, this is a sequence of seminars we've organized in collaboration with Bharat Krishak Samaj, and this is the first time we are organizing this seminar in JNU. Yeah, last year we organized India International Center and different themes, especially related to rural India and agrarian issues also. So for those who coming for the first time to JNU and in this place, now, Center for Political Studies is one of the largest centers in School of Social Sciences in JNU, with 24 faculty members, around 200 master program students, and 150 PhD students. And Center for Political Studies focus on 5 areas: political theory, philosophy, Indian government and politics, comparative politics, public administration and public policy, and international politics. The center has completed 53 years of its formations, and over the last 53 years, the center was able to contribute immensely in the discipline of political science as well as society and nation in general. The QS World University Ranking for Political Science 2025, Political Science Discipline in JNU occupies 74th positions, where Center has contributed immensely. The real strength and potentiality of Center depends on its diversity in faculty, students, as well as diversity of ideas and themes which we engage in the Center. Over the years, Center was able to organize many conferences and seminars on socially relevant topics. The Center collaborated with many like-minded institutions in Delhi and all over India on various themes. Then, the topic of this year's conference is Quest for Dignity, Women, Workforce and Mobility in Rural India. The seminar aims to discuss the challenges to work, employment, mobility of women in rural India in view of emerging policy shifts. Most of the studies on women as a workforce focused on urban India, especially the newly emerging sectors of the economy. Now the focus is shifting to women in rural India, women in emerged as a political constituency in India. Various governments are focusing on women by introducing women-centric programs and schemes based on direct benefit transfer. Historically, women's participation in the workforce in India has often been invisible and marginalized, and with their relative smaller participation, as well as scant attention paid to the systematic studies of labor market until recent time. Women play important roles in rural economy as farmers, wage earners, entrepreneurs, and so on. And they also take responsibility for the well-being of the members of their families, including food provision, care for the children and elderly. Empowering rural women is the key not only to the well-being of the individuals, families, and rural communities, but also the overall economic productivity. Rural women are the torchbearers for social, economic, environmental transformation for the new India. In agriculture, which employs 80% of the rural women, empowering and mainstreaming rural women workforce in agriculture can bring a paradigm shift towards the economic growth of the country. The recent studies have shown that women are taking advantage of new opportunities brought out by various government initiatives. See, the overall increase in women's workforce participation rose from 24.6% in 2017 to 18 to 47.6% in 2023-24. See, the recent economic survey of 24-25 emphasized that there has been a consistent increase in the female labor force participation rate over the past 7 years, driven largely by the rise in the women entering into workforce in rural India also. So Niti Aayog report also pointed that the self-employment among rural women has occurred across the sectors where government support has been prominent. And but in spite of all this positive kind of developments, see, there is emerging situations, alarming situations related to the women workforce in rural India. Women in India are closely associated with the various agricultural practices as labor force and perform most of the unpaid care work in rural areas. In the economic sector, this unpaid family work is increasing. Then there is an issue of persistent wage disparities and mapping the gender earnings gaps also. Then social beliefs prevent women, especially in the rural areas, in participating in the rural workforce. And rural women also face multiple challenges in work and mobility. And the social stigma associated with the caste, ethnicity, religion, gender prevent rural women to live a dignified life. I hope that this seminar would deliberate on various issues related to this aspect. I thank once again for coming here, and especially the participants from other institutions, those who are coming here and making this event more successful in the coming hours. And thank you once again. Now I invite Professor Harshal Kumar Sharma to deliver his lecture.
Good morning to all of you.
I think half of the things I will not talk.
You going to talk?
It's a matter of great pleasure to be here today, and for a very auspicious occasion, plus a seminar that is being conducted by the Center for Political Studies. As the chairman has already said it, that this is a very vibrant and very important center in the School of Social Sciences. He highlighted many achievements, and they are really true in sense because they have been contributing to the academic life of JNU, plus especially the School of Social Sciences. All teachers and faculty and non-faculty, they contribute together to make the center more recognizable. And it also has a global ranking along with other centers in the School of Social Sciences. I really thank Sudhir Sutar for calling me to talk to you all, maybe with the reason that I also have been working on agriculture transformation and rural development for last 40 years now, implementing various programs and policies on the ground level as an geographer. But my concern has been on how the agriculture, maybe because I come from a rural area, I have done farming myself. My mother was a farmer. And maybe the reason because she was working in the agriculture to cultivate the land, and maybe for 2-3 seasons she was there on the field. And then because of that, she developed some medical issues, and then she finally dies. That pain is there in my heart, that how the women and their dignity in the agriculture sector still has something to be tackled, and that has to be taken care by the government of India. Now I'll be raising a few points for you for a discussion today, as what Biju has said it. When you look at, say, this word, sometime when we have grown up in a village, people used to say gaon. Then people used to say village. When I came to university, and then suddenly from a village, the concept changes to a rural. Now, who defined this rural word as such? It's a cross-examining the word with urban and rural. Then you say, so many people are engaged in the agriculture sector, that is why they are rural. So many people are in the non-agriculture sector, they are urban. That kind of a classifications have been there. But we look at from a point of view that we still designate ourselves as villagers, or we say people from the rural area we don't really mention in terms of, but we teach them as such. Maybe our courses in universities are related to rural development. One I teach, also one in CSRD. Then we have a Ministry of Rural Development. They also designate village as a rural area. So conceptually, I hope when you see and conceptualize these two things, then you will find a difference in the Indian ideology in relation to the villages and the rural as such that leads to be discussed at a greater level. Only policies and programs have to be focused on how the dignity, the quest, what he has given a topic today for a discussion is quest for dignity. And he is focusing on women more and work-related issues. Now, when we say there are 640,000 villages, it's a very large number. They remain the same. They have not declined. Now, about say 2-3 years before, some people from Japan, they came to me and said, we want to see the villages in India. We don't want to go and see any other monuments in India. So we told them and gave few locations that they went. And when they came back, they were so happy to see that why these villages still survive and why our villages in Japan have declined. It is happening globally. In this era of globalization today, the Indian villages still stand as it is. The number has not declined. People say ghost villages, something like this. But yes, the number has not declined and it remains almost constant. How people begin with, globally or otherwise, people in the urban areas try to look at, say, the villages. And we designate them, the villages are poor, poverty stricken. One tag is given to the villages. Then they say there are limited opportunities in the villages. Second tag is being given to them. Third tag is given as they lack infrastructure. Fourth, they may say they lack in infrastructure plus they lack in technology. Now, when you look at, say, all these, then how these villages are still surviving for 400, 500, 600 years or thousands of years as it is. When they do not have a technology, as per the present concern, they don't have infrastructure as what people say. They say they are very poor. I don't say, people say. And now who are those people, those who say the villages are poor. All of you are sitting here, you just look at your mind and understand who says all the people in the villages are poor. Then you say that they are poverty-stricken, malnutrition, hunger, that all prevails in the villages. But lastly, they produce food for us. They produce food for us in any form to make the India survive and make them placed where we produce food through these people, those who live in the villages. If we don't take out that from our mind, then we are not really able to see the real life of the villages or the rural areas as such. How much they contribute, formally or informally, it's a matter of question. Therefore, this kind of the seminar which has been focused today is most important in terms of when it is women-centric. Now I say 70 to 80% of the women, they work in the agriculture sector. And even in the mountain region where I come from, more than 90% of work is being done by women. Then how do you look at their dignity? I hope Ajay Jakhad is sitting here, he's into the government and he has so many kind of conferences and organization from the Bharat Krishak Samaj. Women have not been recognized as farmers as date today. Women are not recognized as farmer. So when they are not recognized as farmer, they cannot go to any institution to get the funds and finances in the agriculture sector. Only male counterpart is designated as a farmer. The biggest challenge for all policy makers and planners today is how to make the women as farmers designated so that her pride and the dignity is maintained in the agriculture sector, especially in the rural areas. And we have been focusing for a very large number of years into the same. Another area for the agriculture sector plus the rural area is the agriculture is not recognized as an industry as on date today. When agriculture is not recognized as an industry, there is no investment coming into globally in the agriculture sector, especially in the form of cultivation. But yes, the bigger houses would be more interested in establishing the warehouses, transportation of food, or something like this. Now, why there is no investment happening into the agriculture to cultivate the land? Only people are interested in the output because there is a risk involved in the agriculture. For 6 months, we are more reliant on the rainfall, temperature, or maybe other conditions related to. Scientifically, we have not been able to make an inroad into because investments are not coming as it is happening in the agriculture, in the industrial sector. So that is another way the agriculture is totally has a problem of dignity in India. And those who are investing time in the agriculture sector also faces the same crisis of their non-recognizable kind of a situation in the agriculture sector. So this is a mixed kind of a situation where the agriculture is not an industry, investments not happening, technology facing an issue, and then we largely say because our production, productivity, and yield in the agriculture sector has not been able to increase that drastically it should have happened. So therefore they say this is an area where large many number of people are employed, even they are not able to take out the wages indirectly they employ in the cultivation of a land, they are not taken into care. Maybe a woman who invests every day 6-7 hours in the agriculture field is not converted into a monetary value. So when your work is not converted into a monetary value as it is happening in say the universities I work, I get a particular grade and a pay. So my work in a university of a woman converted into a money, you have a dignity. But a woman in the agriculture sector who invests time about, say, so many days, so many number of hours, not converted into a money, the dignity is zero for her. Therefore, it's a complex situation that why a woman is not being considered as a force which creates a situation, maybe in the agriculture sector or maybe in the social sector, in a village life, a situation of the existence of the villages for such a long time. That's the backbone. Though everyone can move away from a village, the woman with a child will stay back. She has so many social obligations and responsibility back at home that she has to maintain under those harsh conditions where the competition is so high in the agriculture sector and otherwise. भाई टाइम बता देना कितना फिर मैं तुम्हें बोलता रहूँगा. ठीक है बीजू जी? But the teacher can speak for any number of hours. No, 2 hours to class रहती है, so I can speak number of. Please let me give a tap somewhere, then I will stop. Because this is a kind of a topic which is really of a concern in a sense, because when you work with the communities in the rural areas, then you know the real situation, what is happening, ground reality. For me, I hope I have traveled almost all parts of India, meeting large number of people in the various sectors of the agriculture, in the tribal areas. I have been working for a large scale project on maybe 10 years span, working on only the agriculture sector and how to scale up the income of the farmers. Now the question that has come up is, recently when you say one district, one crop, one area that has come up, maybe the doubling the farmer's income that has happened. When you don't invest, how you can see that farmer's income can double? And then the issues related to. Now when this happens is then the rural as such makes the system more complex in a way, because this is all agriculture based economy with limited number of assets. But you see the largest number of investment by the government of India is in the rural sector only. You calculate the investment being done in the agriculture ministry, rural development ministry, or other allied ministry, then you make a sum of the amount to be spent in the rural areas will be the largest in number. Now, when largest number of the investment by the government of India is being done in the rural areas and in the agriculture sector, still there is a stagnation of an economy. Now, the geographical variations, of course, are plenty. You cannot have a rational kind of a development of rural areas on agriculture as such. Maybe the conditions in Jammu and Kashmir and the conditions of the climate in the south or east and west and south, I hope they all vary. We do not have the same uniform construct of the cultivation of land. And it is very heavily done. Now, what is now happening is, when we say the dignity of the farming community, any project which has to come up, you grab the best possible agriculture land for non-agriculture uses. Then it is in the name of infrastructure development. But look at the farmer displaced from that particular area, then what they will do, because that livelihood is broken. So that remains another concern, is that if you see that they are the soft target to acquire the land for non-agriculture uses. And the compensation, they say we are giving 4 times the compensation. But they don't see that how the longevity of a life of a person for next 40, 50 years, and how that money will be spent by him in next 1 or 2 years, and then they become bankrupt. This has happened exactly in Haryana. When Reliance has taken over 25 to 27,000 acres of land for SEZ, still nothing has happened on that land. And all farmers have already left the agriculture, they got the money, they purchased big vehicles, they constructed their home, now they are without money and they are looking for an alternative job, which they are finding it very difficult. So therefore, the dignity is in the different form. You consider the villages or villagers as a soft target to get their land for non-agricultural uses. That remains a concern for me. Another area is that how the dignity, which is very important in terms to be maintained, whether it is a collective dignity or the individual dignity in the rural area. When you see villages in isolation, then the dignity of a woman is very high. When you compare them outside, then the proportionate share of dignity will decline. When you look at the collective dignity of a woman in the village life, will be very high. When it is an isolation somewhere else, the dignity is lost because they are not recognized. They are not recognized. So when they are collectively having a village and then their own social structure, the dignity level is high. But when it comes to the bifurcation that is happening today, then that really goes down. That remains a question for. Now what they are fighting for, the question is why and where the villages are looking forward today. Why? Because in the era of globalization today and the networking which has happened because of the mobiles and the internet, then there is a cross-examination of the women or the rural people with the urban or other industrial structures which is happening. So when the women, they start making a cross-examination, then there is a question of self-esteem among the farmers or the women or the villagers. That means another area of concern, and they lose confidence slowly and slowly. And to that, what is happening? Majority of the people are leaving agriculture today. They want to shift to non-agriculture areas for a regular income in the other sectors of the economy. So that means agriculture today in the rural area is not becoming a very catchy because it has already reached to a threshold. So when the agriculture has reached to a threshold, there is no further accommodation of the manpower because the agriculture has not changed from the basic food crops to the commercialized or specialized cropping. So when there is no transformation happening in the agriculture sector, the adjustment of people is only in the cultivation, not in the allied sectors which can be created out of the agriculture in form of a processing units or maybe social entrepreneurship. That is not happening in the agriculture sector today. So with this, there is no further accommodation, and the young people do not want to go back. But they don't understand that Indian economy, 70% people engaged, has the largest scope for entrepreneurship in the agriculture sector, which people young are not understanding. They are finding a shelter in the urban areas, which does not provide them that social or the economic entrepreneurship, which has a strong roots in the rural life. So that means the agriculture has a vast area where the young entrepreneurship can be created from the different form of the agriculture practices happening in India. So therefore, the recent kind of entrepreneurship which is coming up by the government of India is to see that how agriculture should become entrepreneur in time to come. And that focus has to be there. Only then the self-esteem of the rural people and the young people, those who are looking to migrate to the urban areas, I hope that will be another check that has happened. Then another area where is the promotion of social cohesion and the community engagement in the community in the rural area is very high. And at the same time, we are not encouraging for the growth of the individuals in the rural areas. Even somewhere other, the policies are that the large number of the academic institutions and at the same time the best health medical practice, the social security issues are not happening and taking place in the rural areas. So therefore the people are making a choice to migrate to the urban areas, which remains as a concern that who will work in the agriculture sector. My personal example in the Uttarakhand is that only the women, the young children are back at home, and all young people have migrated to Delhi or the surrounding areas. So then the agriculture has gone down and they don't practice it now. Therefore, they say they have become the ghost villages as such, which is defined in the Uttarakhand or the mountain regions as such. Therefore, another question is that we need to enhance the social security issues in the villages so that the quality of life that improves in the rural areas as such. Now, when you look at, say, the mobility, I just made a mention too, that how in the social dignity formations, the women should have a freedom of movement, and plus they should be independent in taking a decision, which is still not happening. Maybe there is a 50% reservation that has happened in the Panchayati Raj institutions, but the decision of a women pradhan is taken by the male counterpart. Nothing has changed. So that means that independence of a thought, even having a political, say, the empowerment, the decision making is still not in the hand of a woman. Because they are, I told you in the beginning that she is not considered as a farmer, and she is not having that courage to challenge the decision of the community and challenge of the family within. Therefore, what is happening in the rural areas, especially the resource crunch, but there is a huge amount of land available. Let me just try to make a small statement. My own panchayat, new pradhan was elected and she is a postgraduate. The panchayat ghar and my house is just 100 meters away. And I know the pradhan, she was there. I just told her, you have become the pradhan for the first time, you do the three things. She said what I should do. Maine kaha, you make the panchayat as a corruption free. One, put everything on the net. Well, I will do that. Agreed. Then I said it, you stop one thing, ठेकेदारी प्रथा. कहते yes, I will do that. Then I said it, you distribute the village land or panchayat land to the young people on lease so that they can increase the income. I will do it. Then I came to Delhi back again, and then after 6 months I went. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? कहते मैं कर रही हूं. फिर मैं वापस आ गया. फिर मैं 1 साल के बाद गया. फिर पूछा क्या हुआ? अब वो जब मेरे को दूर से देखती है तो रास्ता बदल देती है. Please understand. When it comes to the delivery, whether a male or a female, in a village system, they fall in the same practices which earlier people have been doing it. Nothing is transparent. Nothing is transparent. No one knows what is happening. One, she has not distributed that land to the landless people, or plus not lease the land for economic uses. और वही ठेकेदार जो पुरानी पंचायत में काम करते थे, वो अभी भी वही कर रहे हैं. What do you think? What is happening? Where is the dignity of that woman? I question her. आप क्यों नहीं करते हैं? She is bound not to take decisions like this. It's a very challenging job. The question is, we say so many things related to the dignity. The challenges we face at a ground level is so difficult to be managed. I hope I will not take more time, and there can be more issues can be taken up. But the question remains to me is that the women should be considered as the farmers. One, the dignity need to be maintained. The challenges lies within the women itself. If they don't become more vocal about their own rights and they don't speak for themselves, if I speak for you, it doesn't matter. But when you speak for yourself, only then that matters up. I hope this is a very challenging job what Sudhir has taken up. Looking at all mobility and then related to the quest for dignity is a very difficult job to be answered by in a small kind of a workshop like this. But raising an issue is a good one. But yes, ground realities are very, very different. challenges are many in the Indian society. 70% women are working in the agriculture sector. The dignity need to be maintained. Even within the family, those who are in the agriculture, the family member for the women, the dignity level is very, very different. दूर की तो बात छोड़ देते हैं. परिवार के अंदर भी there is a quest for dignity among the women. And that needs to be answered by all of you, those who are sitting here, and the experts are there. They need to answer to Sudhir, and he has to write a report to make it more aware that yes, the CPS has done a better job. With this, I wish you all the best for a day today. And I could see that there is a long list of speakers, those who had to speak. Wonderfully, they will do a good job. With all this, my best wishes to all of you. Thank you for sharing the dice with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kaushal Kumar Sharma, the Dean of School of Social Sciences, now giving us some directions about the seminar today. Thank you once again. Now I invite Dr. Amita Datta for introducing the theme and introducing the keynote speaker.
Right. Thank you so much, Chair. And it really, it's a great privilege and it gives me a pleasure to be here and welcome you all to this seminar, a one-day seminar which is very intensely packed on women's work and mobility in rural India. And on behalf of all the organizers, the Center for Political Studies, JNU, Bharat Krishak Samaj, and the Department of Liberal Arts, IIT Hyderabad, I extend a very warm welcome to you. And we're very thankful today to all our speakers who've taken time out from their very busy schedules to contribute to today's deliberations. And in particular, our keynote speaker, Professor Ritu Devan, who's the editor of the recently released India Gender Report. And she traverses the world of academia and activism with steadfast commitment. As you all know today, the seminar's titled Quest for Dignity, Women, Work and Mobility in Rural India. And there's a detailed concept note that you all have seen, which lays out the broader landscape of today's deliberations. So what I want to do is, keeping this in mind, I want to briefly talk about three things that are going on in the space of rural in our country today. And I hope some of this will be incorporated in our deliberations. So the first thing I want to talk about is, there's an increasing discourse on rural prosperity that has very recently emerged. And there's a recent report of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council that argues that since 2011, migration in India has declined by 20%. By 12%. So they use all kinds of data. I don't want to get into detail of that to estimate that interstate migration in India has declined by 12% since the 2011 census. And what really surprises me is, the estimates, how they've gotten there, but also how the working paper hypothesized this decline of migration is on account of rural prosperity. And so it argues that, rural infrastructure, rural services have significantly improved, and this has led to rural prosperity. And so I think this whole discourse on rural prosperity is going to be amplified in the near future. But, some of us doing work in the rural find that migration is actually not declined. And, the rural life in the rural is quite precarious for the majority of the population. And we also find that, yes, okay, definitely, there's been progress in infrastructure and services. But these alone don't determine migration from the rural areas, right? And the crux of the matter is that employment is something that sort of determines migration. So in the context of the rural, you were talking about these issues of migration and the relationship between the rural and urban. So I think that is something I hope we will discuss. So apart from this, discourse on rural prosperity, I hope to be critically engaged with. I also want to emphasize on the question of employment. We're all aware that India's growth has been one where it's been jobless growth. So we've had, in more than 3 decades since liberalization, we've had 6 to 7% of GDP growth, but employment growth has been less than 1%. And this really is the context of the rural. And along with that, we've had, there's been some kind of structural retrogression post-pandemic. We've had a share of agriculture increasing and that of industry and services decreasing in employment. So these structural shifts that have been there, and they sort of really also tell us that the rural and urban are not mutually exclusive entities. And I wish we will really have a chance to deliberate upon the relationship between the rural and urban that you also spoke about briefly. And I also think, the recent employment growth in agriculture, specifically the huge increase in women workers as in agriculture as helpers, I think they do indicate some distress in the rural economy. And within this specifically, I hope we have a chance to talk about and focus on the youth. So we're also very aware how in India, women's educational advances have not been translated into labor market outcomes. And therefore, it's not surprising that that India's youth, women more than men, more in rural areas than in urban areas, have the highest rates of unemployment in the world. And this is tremendous bearing not only on their aspirations, but also on their dignity. And this brings me to my last point about dignity. And I think in academia and even in policy for that matter, there's hardly any focus on dignity, which is a key theme of our seminar today. And especially in the context of the rural, it's very relevant, when we study women's work, their well-being, poverty, vulnerability, and the intersections with caste, class, gender. So here, Erin Daly and her work emphasizes that on dignity, and in policy and otherwise, I think dignity is largely about the humanness of an individual. And if we want to bring dignity to the forefront of our development policy, then we really need to change our conceptualizations, say of poverty and lack of employment. And then we need to look at these as a violation of basic human dignity. And unless we do that, and public policies will not fundamentally change for the better. And the last thing, I want to emphasize is that, like I said, there's very little work done on dignity per se. And there's this book by JNU economist Amit Bhaduri. He's written a book titled Development with Dignity, which has been published by the National Book Trust. And he argues that, we cannot think of growth and distribution separately. We need to look at growth and distribution together. We need to have an economic model. We cannot have an economic model where you first have high growth in one sector and then redistribute it to another sector. And of course, no one's saying that redistribution is not important, but development with dignity means that we look at growth and distribution as two parts of the same process. So then, broadly to sum, I hope in our deliberations, we will critically engage with this emerging and disturbing discourse on rural prosperity, look radically at the employment question, and also focus on young women in rural areas, exploring the conceptualization, operation of dignity. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much. And it's now really gives me great joy to introduce the speaker, Professor Ritu Dewan, our keynote speaker for today. Professor Ritu Dewan is the first ever woman director of the Department of Economics, University of Mumbai, and the founder member of the Center for Gender Economics. She has over 100 publications, including 20 books and monographs. Professor Dewan was a member of the Feminist Economist Group for engendering the 12th and 11th five-year plans, and is closely associated with training and capacity building, especially in the rural area, especially related to gender issues. And she's conducted several workshops in Tamil Nadu, Jammu and Kashmir, etc., for the governments. She's also been the president of the Indian Association of Women's Studies. She was the president of the 64th Conference of the Indian Society of Labor Economics in Hyderabad last year. And her research focus is primarily linked with issues and concerns related to the marginalized groups and movements. We're really privileged to have you here, Professor Dewan. Thank you so much for being here. And over to you for your keynote.
Where can I change
I'll make the...
Yes.
Or it can come here.
Sorry. I just want to skip a few slides sometimes.
Only 2-3 slides are there.
We
We can. No, we have to sit there. It's not much.
It's easier to
Yeah. Data.
only for details.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
change from there?
Just a second. इसी में करना ही पड़ेगा. कोई बात नहीं.
What happened?
Nothing.
Yeah. Just make it full because there's some data. Can you have full screen? Oh, perfect. And I'll use this for...
Yes.
Thank you very much for organizing this seminar on an issue, I think, which we never really talk about and never focus on at all. I'm not only delighted but absolutely honored to be part of this. I'll just shift this a bit. So, Professor Biju, Professor Sharma, PKS, of course, Ajay Veer Singh is there, and the two moving spirits behind the entire conference, that's Amrita, Professor Amrita and Professor Sudhir. I really am really was, I think, very, very, I don't know what word to use, but I think the central issue, the one of dignity today, is something which we don't talk about. The issue of dignity and respect for human beings, which is something so essential, which is totally out of any kind of a debate and any kind of a policy. And this, I think, brought it very, very strongly to me when our own Indian citizens were brought back in planes, shackled and chained. And very recently, when they were deported, and there was absolutely no response or no kind of even a single statement from anybody, absolutely anybody, saying that this is actually against dignity and against any kind of humanity. So the issue of the concept of dignity is something, I think, really, which I'm really very glad which has been focused on. And of course, the issue of mobility and of women and mobility. This is, again, totally under-researched. There have been a few studies here and there. And I think this is something we really need to focus on, particularly in the broader contextualization. For me, in all my work in recent times, I have focused, I think, primarily in the last few years on two aspects. One is the Constitution of India, I think, which is the most inspiring for us. And within this, two articles. Of course, there's a structure which I'll be presenting the contextualization, which is extremely important. What is the state of employment today? What are mobility patterns and how are they different between men and women? And therefore resulting in some kind of policy recommendations or changes or suggestions or whatever they are. And what are the policies which are impacting mobility, reducing, and I'm saying this right in the beginning, reducing mobility and also reducing dignity. And I think this brings us back, for me, at least in a very round way, back to the Constitution and what is guaranteed to us in the Constitution of India. The Constitution we focus on is, of course, generally we talk about Article 15, which is very, very essential to us in many kinds of ways. And whether it is, that there should be no bias, etc., no prejudice. And what is very important and we are not taking into account is the issue that nothing shall prevent the state from mandating. From mandating anything which improves the situation of its citizens, whether it's women or trans persons or men across the board, irrespective of wherever they come from. The fundamental for me, and I think I think we need to focus more on this as researchers, is Article 39, particularly 39A, and which brings into issues, I think, across the board, whether it is urban, but particularly in the rural component. I'm not going to read out the slides. It's all there very, very clearly. The issue of livelihood, the issue of community resources for the common good. I think that is absolutely very much at the center of debate. The issue of concentration of wealth. Of course, we have equal pay for equal work. Then the debate is whether there is work, whether there is equal work, whether there is equal wage at all, and what is the quality of wage. So the issue of a dignified living, a dignified livelihood becomes very, very essential on the basis of the Constitution. Now, keeping this in mind, what is also very worrying over the last few years is what is happening in India's global rankings, whether it is SDGs. There's a lot more data we know where global rankings is concerned. We are going down on all global rankings. The most worrying, the issue of hunger. All right, that I think is something we really need to take into account when we talk about dignity and when we talk about work, including mobility. All right, mobility across, whether it's vertical mobility or it's horizontal, regional, sectoral, across geographies, etc., etc. And I'm particularly talking about entrepreneurship here because that seems to be the broadest kind of a panacea where livelihoods is concerned, is that entrepreneurship in India is growing. There's, it's self-independent and it's very important to be self-empowering. I mean, that word somehow for me is just a catch-all phrase. I don't know what really, I still don't know what empowering really means in the fundamental context of the term. But see India's rankings on entrepreneurship, whether it is in terms of skills or assets, activities. We are the third low, 65 countries which have done this. This is a very recent data of 2024, and we are second last on this. All right. There are, of course, many other indicators which go against Article 39. Your inequality index, we know the figures. We've been studying the figures. 1% owns 40%, 50% owns only 4% of the nation's wealth. And this is actually increasing over a period of time. The inequality component is not declining, which is what, again, our Constitution guarantees to us. Gender gap, which is very much there. And here I just want to talk about, there's a lot of mention about G20 and what has happened, etc., etc. I was asked very strangely to write the gender finance paper for W20, which is Women 20 of the G20. And when I researched, I saw all the countries 20+1 which were there. India was the lowest at every level in terms of gender gap, in terms of employment, LFPR, etc., etc. Of course, the final paper which came out as a communique from W20 had none of these figures, and I didn't even recognize the paper which I had written. In fact, very strongly recommended how much of the GDP, how much of the budget should be allocated to gender equality, gender budgeting, all those components, and finally it becomes a rhetoric that women must be empowered, they must get into self-entrepreneurship, but there's no question of the concept of development. That has gone out of any kind of debate. All we know about is growth and growth figures and the linking or the delinking with employment and with livelihoods. So earlier we used to say jobless growth. I think now the term which those of us economists who are working on labor market talk about job loss. And that's very clearly, the latest economic survey has brought it out very, very clearly itself, saying that wherever the growth has increased, joblessness has actually also increased. So there's an inverse relationship when in fact there should be at least a 1 to 0.5% interconnection between the two. There are many other aspects where this is concerned, and I would, of course, go on. And these are broad kinds of figures and trends which we need to take into account. And therefore, you have your, work participation rates, the top being blue being the men and the red being the women. And there's supposed to be some kind of an increase, which is very much there. Now, I just want you to remember before I go on to the next, that the year 2017, 2018 becomes a huge change of structural transformation, whether negative or positive is a different issue. This is, please remember, before COVID, okay? And this 2017 data takes into account the impact of demonetization. And this is something which we have not studied enough, what has happened in the rural and the urban areas. We've not taken the policy components or the implication components to close a country in 4 hours, okay? And a country where 92% of the workers and enterprises are informal. And what it has done to the employment structures And whether across sectors, construction industry, of course, collapsed. What did it do? Agriculture, small businesses, entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship seen in a demystified kind of a manner. Okay, entrepreneurship is not your unicorns which are there. Entrepreneurship is what people do for a living. It's become like what I call recourse. It's a last refuge. You don't get a job, you get self-employed, but you're not an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur means, in economics, we have three components of entrepreneur. You have capacity to take risk, you have capacity for long-term planning, and you have the ability to employ others instead of being your sole employee. And if we break up these issues, that the majority of what is called entrepreneurs are not entrepreneurs, they're purely self-employed for lack of any other source of living. Dignity doesn't come into the picture at all. I'll give you some illustrations where this is concerned. Now again, if we see the entire trends, and this I'm taking self-employed, which is the gray line on the top, and of course the rural, the regular employed and the casual employed, both have declined. Again, 2017 being the most crucial year, self-employment increasing, casual work declining, and this is a span of 25 years from 1919 to 23-24. And within this, what one sees, casual work after demonetization declines by 12 percentage points across the board for men and on women. Okay. Also, what increases is self-employment. All right, and increased even further now. Regular work, and this is something which I hope to work on in the near future. And what really do we mean by regular employment? Again, the textbook definition of regular employment is that an employee who is on a regular, the definition of regular means three components. You have to have a paid contract, you have to have paid leave, and you have to have at least 3 social security benefits, including maternity benefit. All right. 58% of regular workers do not have even one of these components. All right. So right away, 60% almost are out of the definition of regular workers. Who are the other regular workers? Domestic workers, who now under the labor codes are not defined as workers at all. So remove them from the definition of regular workers. All those patriarchal definitions of regular work, drone didis, sahelis, bhojan matas, none of them are regular. First of all, those terms are obnoxious. I mean, it's like you were talking about women not being recognized as farmers. I mean, here they're not even being recognized as economic agents. They're recognized only by slotting into the patriarchal system. Okay, so this kind of a breakup which is very much there. So what really is the situation today, and when we talk about employment, increasing employment in the latest 24 PLFS. Now if we take, this is, I'm taking the rural, the blue is the rural. I don't know, the colors seem to have changed in this transformation. The rural male is the blue. The brown is a rural female, and then becomes urban male and urban female. And here again, I'm not going into details, but it's very clear that the own account workers, all right. In fact, the number of rural female as employers, that is those who are entrepreneurs in the term of employing more than one hired worker, actually didn't even come as a line of color. Okay, less than 1%. And that 0.9, of course, it was 8 point something, which has just been rounded out, not even 1%, which is there. So what do you have as work, as dignified work? Unpaid family labor. All right. And this is something which has only increased in this last one, apart from the increase over a period of time. Of course, all the data which shows us that. And it's not only women, that is unpaid family workers to total self-employed in rural areas. 60% unpaid family workers. All right. Men not less at 19%. So when we talk about the unpaid family worker component, increasing employment, is it employment? And that this process starts up what has happened, particularly 2017-18, and I think all of us who have been working on the field have witnessed this, is for the first time since 2004-5, which was a period of agrarian distress, a reversal of migration, what we call reverse migration. And those who worked and helped the workers during the period of demonetization and again after the pandemic. And here I'm not saying pandemic as a pandemic, but the policy response to the pandemic. All right, which again did not take into account that 1/3 of India's workers are migrants, again closed the entire country in a matter of 4 hours. Somehow this 4 hours seems to be some kind of auspicious or inauspicious number, which is demonetization plus the issue of and the long walk home. Many of us, I think all of us, would have helped the workers when they were trying to go back, feeding them, shelter, accommodation, etc., what we were working on. And this led to a process of reverse migration, which now manifests itself that agriculture sector, if you see the broader components, okay, sectoral allocation to, even if you see it only in economic growth, the gross value added in agriculture is still the highest. Even during the period of demonetization and during the period of pandemic, it was only the agriculture sector which is called the resilient sector, an average growth rate of 3.5%. Okay, manufacturing with all its SOPs which are given, all the tax exemptions, the huge amount of funding which is given to them by the state, has actually been declining. Services, including certain services, decimated, but your gig and platform workers, who are again, even today, the case has been pending. I've been part of the case in the Supreme Court. Define gig and platform workers. What are they? Are they self-employed? Are they casual? Are they regular workers? What are they? And we still have absolutely no definition. I think the only state which defined it, first Rajasthan, then, of course, the bill fell through, and now Karnataka has and Telangana are redefining what really is casual. There may be criticisms of it, but at least there is an attempt which is being done where this is concerned. So you have all your movements which are there. Agriculture workforce, you mentioned 80% are women. But please remember now this 23-24, which is there and which talks about the aspects of how women's participation rate has actually increased to 47.6%. Okay, a rise of 5 or 6% in 1 year. And those of us who've been trying to demystify where this increase came from, it came in the rural areas. All right. It came from what sources? One, of course, is a slight change in the definitions. All right. Also, a slight change in the instructions which are given to those who are collecting the data. Right. So maybe there's a clearer collection of data, or there is a misinterpretation or mismovement of data. We don't know. But what is certainly known is that when you go into the unit level and all the details of it, that this increase of employment in rural areas for women has come from 3 sectors. One, their increased involvement in fishing. Okay, you're part of rural, in agriculture. And the highest increase has come from women collecting firewood. Now, this really brings us back to what is this entire balance of paid and unpaid work. Okay, how do you resolve the issue? So actually, in spite of so-called Ujjwala scheme, etc., but balance Ujjwala with inflation, okay, at the price of cylinders, related to the issue of declining real wages, not only in rural areas, but across, even for regular workers. And this again is economic survey data, PLFS data. For rural workers, for unpaid family workers, of course, there's no issue. Even self-employed earnings have been declining continuously. The real earnings have actually been declining. Declining incomes increasing inequalities, inflation, and therefore no expenditure on clean cooking energy, for which of course we know the budgetary allocation has been decreased very much over a period of time. Also, when we take budget analysis, we must be a bit careful, because it's not of the 100% budget. It should be the allocation and the calculation of the budget which actually exists minus interest payment, which is around 37%. Okay, so actually what we should be taking a percentage of is the GDP, which is extremely important, and we know this unpaid component is becoming very strong, and what I call the sub-economies. There's a paid economy which cannot exist unless there is unpaid work, which is done by women and also men. I think when we saw the long walk home, the number of single male migrants who are involved in unpaid work is really something which really hit us, and it's something we need also to focus on. Apart from this, of course, is also the fact of the issue of mobility. Now, this issue of mobility for me is something I've been interested in for a very long period of time. Like Amrita mentioned, we were several of us as feminist economists actually we started with the 10th plan MTA, the midterm appraisal, and then 11th and 12th. And I remember one of the, full planning commission meetings we were asked to present, and my appeal to that time was Montague Singh and several other people who were there, including from JNU, Abhijit Sen, and many other people who were part of the planning commission at that point of time, was that let's go a little beyond health and education where women are concerned and get into hardcore economic factors. And I was interested in physical infrastructure, all right? And I don't want to say allowed, but asked to. Now one is allowed to do things, but that time I was asked to do this. And it is something which I've been interested in for a very long period of time and working on, and something which actually got included in the 12th plan, including the wrong comma and the wrong semicolon which I had put. And this is, I think, is something we really need. Of course, 12 plan goes and everything goes, and your entire rights-based approach comes to a welfare-based approach in many different kinds of. So your Ladki Behna schemes, etc., really have to be seen in that context of the term. So for me, and I'm just summarizing a few of these components, I divided them into two. One are the gender differentials, how men and women use roads and transport. Okay, they're different because their location in production and in the reproduction of goods and services and in the reproduction of the labor force. I'm not saying reproduction of children, I'm saying of the future labor force is different. All right. So the way they use transport and the way they move is also extremely different. And then I will come to the women-specific kind of components which exist. There are many. I've just taken about a few for this talk. One is how often do men use transport and how often do women use transport. Okay, there is a major difference within this. Some illustrations I will give. The purpose of trips. Why do women travel and why do men travel? And this came out very clearly in a huge amount of research work in different areas, did in Maharashtra, Andhra, Uttarakhand, Dharchula, Pithoragarh, and all these areas. Kashmir, Siachen, across several states where I had done this kind of work, is that generally men move for economic purposes, all right, for job, for migration, etc. Women, of course, economic, whether it's recognized or unrecognized is a different issue, all right? But also because their location, not only the system of production, in the issue of reproduction, consumption, maintenance, and also what is called social capital. That is, for festivals and dropping children to school, picking them up, Anganwadi, etc., that their purposes are very different. And for why they take travel, where they go. Their patterns are different, their timings are different. And I just want to give one illustration of some work I had done in Maharashtra. And that is the issue of timings, all right, trip and travel patterns which are there. Women may go out more often or more frequently, but also go out less, but their timings are always different, all right? It's always not a 9-to-5 job. Women have to do unpaid work in terms of preparing the dabba for the children, preparing the lunch for the children, for the husband to take to work, etc., etc. So they leave at different timings, and generally half an hour late, 45 minutes late, keeping this component in mind. That is the unpaid work component which they have to do. Women, more multiple stops than men. All right, so you stop, you drop off something, pick up something, drop a child, buy something for the household, go out again, come back again. So these kinds of multiple stops for men, it is simpler. It's simpler. I'm not saying it's not, they don't have multiple stops, but it's simpler in the sense you go to work and you come back, and maybe on the way back you go to the market to pick up your vegetables, etc., etc. Of course, if you are a migrant worker, it might be slightly different. If you're a daily migrant, again, it would be something quite different, but the priorities work. Okay. Distance of travel generally, and this is also, there's very little macro data. Somehow there's very little macro data on many things. I think we are finding, to be an economist and to find data at a national level is becoming a huge challenge, which is there. Of course, luckily and fortunately, there are many think tanks and institutions and other universities who are collecting data. The distance of travel, like I said, shorter, and for women it is shorter, and for me it's like the horizon of women is also shorter. Unki duniya hi choti hai. That's a standard statement which you get. So their travel component also reflects that aspect. Frequency of travel, contradiction here. Sorry. In the sense that women travel less frequently. But again, if you see the location in production, ASHA workers have the highest frequency of travel. Okay, self-employment women, those who head loads, or even men carrying and moving in terms of selling whatever their produce is, whether farm produce or fish or whatever, the frequency might be a little higher. So it depends again in your location in production. Mode of transport. And this is very important considering what's happening today where the transport sector in particular and the road sector is concerned. Rarely women using cars, even cycles, very much not there. They use public transport much more for various reasons. I'll come to that component aspect later. And also the issue of mobility constraints. And of course, social constraints, very much so. And there is some data which is available. Some minimal studies have been done on this. And I was really horrified to find that the girls age 15 to 19, all right? And that's the delicate age. You see it in the context of violence, which is very much there. 15 to 19-year-old girls, 78% are constrained, do not have free mobility. 78, and this is now in 2024-25 that we are talking about. Of course, other kinds of mobility constraints. My work in Jammu and Kashmir, your security forces, or those in the northeast, or what is happening in Bastar and Madhya Pradesh, etc., etc. So there are many other kinds of constraints also which we need to take into account. Women's specificities, and this I found even more fascinating. And really, in relation to this is, again, like I said, as just a few aspects that women generally use head loads. Right? You see whether in urban areas where they are selling vegetables, they will take the little tokeries and they will sell fish, which is very important in the coastal areas, firewood, etc., etc., and link it up to the fact that they do not use carts. Men will sell vegetable in carts, but women do it on head loads. Okay, so the specificity, I'm not saying what is better or not, this is your economic reality and your infrastructural reality. Their markets are local, within a small radius. So it can be around a residential area, within the slum, across slums, within the village, across a village if it is not too far away, different padas or different hamlets of a particular village. So that women use highways much less, and they use inter and intra-village roads and slum paths much more. So when we talk about infrastructural development, let's see it whether it is relevant or not to the needs of the majority of the people. Forget women, to the majority of the people within the country. And when you see the budget, you see the allocations, the capex percentages which is there, or what is happening, it is absolutely no connection. Because remember, infrastructure is called infrastructure development, but infrastructure also means irrigation. Infrastructure also means village roads and slum paths which are there. NMT, that is non-motorized transport. Women don't use motorized transport. I mean, I'm not even talking about the number of... We don't even have figures of the number of women who own cars or who drive cars. Not even wheels. And that's why, giving a cycle to when you pass, I mean, Goa has done it, Nitish Kumar did it a long time back in Bihar, that giving cycles to girls who pass secondary schools was seen as a revolutionary impact. So forget about technology, even wheels, I mean, the most fundamental form becomes a constraining factor where women are concerned. Walking. Now, this was some work which I had done in, several of us had done in Mumbai. I'm sorry, we still say Bombay. And that is when the coastal road, which costs about 80,000 crores, which benefits 7% of Mumbaikars. All right, those are the ones who use the cars. The coastal roads cannot be used for buses, it cannot be used for auto rickshaws, etc., etc. Two-wheelers, not allowed. So really, who does it benefit? Now, we did this survey before the coastal road started, and this continues today, the same proportion continues today, that if we see at a national level, and this is again whatever data is available, I think 2022 data is the latest which is available. 45% of women walk to work in India, walk to work, and 27% of men walk to work. All right. In Mumbai, we found 68% of women walk to work, even when you have it. So the issue of it's not only accessibility and availability, it's also the issue of affordability and whether you can spend on transport, do you have enough income, or whether you have the term empowered enough to take decision on whether you can travel by train or you must need to walk to work. Of course, public sector, public transport, very important. Even today, it accounts for 84% of all trips. All right, and that you see the number and the kinds of policies which have come and what it has done to the issue of public transport. So, when you get data that women are more harassed in public transport, all right, this is a general statement which is there. Please remember that they cannot afford any other transport. They cannot afford cars. They cannot afford private transport. All right. And therefore, they are forced to use public transport, which sometimes a lot of harassment, but also harassment in the private sector. Let's not forget the Ola and Uber and what happens to a large number of workers there. And of course, the issue of security and safety. And here again, I have maybe 5 minutes more. Is the issue of security and safety, which is very different from the issue of mobility constraints, which I was talking about. Now, this really, the issue of security for women on the roads, in transport, is something, the security levels have actually been declining. All right, over a period of time. There's not enough research work on this. We need to get into this at some very, very basic level of why this is happening. And this, for me, whatever little bit of work I have done, whether it's in terms of focus group discussions or interviews or whatever different forms it may be, case studies. I hate the word case. It makes an individual a just a case in that sense of the term, is what I call the macro basis of violence. All right, you see NCRB data, the crime records data, how it has actually been increasing. In fact, violence in certain areas in states in India between the two NFHs has increased by 171%. Okay, that's the increase of violence again. And this is recorded, remember. Unrecorded, generally we say, is 1 to 12, which is there. One, of course, is, and just to give you one illustration again of Maharashtra, that public transport everywhere we know has been coming down. State transport, particularly between district, town and taluka, and when you have to go to the village, you go to primary health centers are closing down. And that's a Maharashtra model and several other states. And what is focused on is the district primary health. So when you travel from your village to the district, but the number of buses have gone. I think MP ST transport has been scrapped. In Maharashtra, it's come down very, very dramatic. Local transport, of course, but even state level transport, state transport bus, district, taluka, village, those kinds of connections. Tier 2 cities, the rural, what you were defining as what is rural and what really is urban component, is that the non-availability of reasonable fares on public transport leads to, and this is for daily migrants in many parts of Maharashtra, again Maharashtra because I've talked, and parts of Uttarakhand where I figured, is that women, because of the unpaid work component, etc., and men cannot afford ST buses or private buses anymore. So what they do is they hitch rides on trucks. Okay, there are many trucks we know. India is the largest truck network in the world. So they hitch rides on the truck. Men go early as daily migrants to work. Women 40 minutes later, half an hour later, because of the unpaid work, taking dabba for the husband who's gone to work, etc., which is there. So women travel separately and men travel separately. Men are put, and I've witnessed this many, many times myself. The men travel in the back of the truck. Okay, they're charged 5 rupees, whether the fare would be 10 rupees or, the bus fare would be 10 rupees, they're charged 5 rupees each. So the men go in the back of the truck. But it is women who are also charged 5 rupees are forced to sit in the front with the driver and the helper. And the kind of sexual harassment that goes on is most painful to hear. I mean, you see the terms and the words which these women use, that what they have to go through. And also remember that 5 rupees for them is, keep the gender inequality of wages in mind, is a higher proportion of their earnings than it is of the men. So they're very intermixed, complicated kinds of issues which are there. There is also, I think, when we talk about security and violence against women and all that, let's not see it as a municipality response. It's not improve the roads and put the lights and violence against women will stop. Okay, this is something which violence against women in public spaces. And please see it at the macro level, where the conviction of rapists is one of the lowest in the world. Even when the rapists are arrested, they're out on parole so very often. Okay, we know many cases which are there. There is a certain glorification of violence which is going on in public spaces, whether it's by people or representatives of people or whatever it is. So there is what term to use? A normalization of violence which is taking place, so it's something which doesn't shock you anymore. All right. Just to give you one, again, illustration, is during demonetization, the work which I had done during demonetization. We know what labor nakas are. We are very familiar with labor nakas. So the men stand at one and the women according to skills. Okay, and women are supposed to be unskilled. They are, head loaders, and that's men are masons and carpenters, etc., etc. Contractor comes and appoints the men and takes the women for a daily basis or whatever it is. After demonetization, with the shortage of cash and the desperation of earnings, of need, at least for that particular day, is the women now have, and this continues, have started standing in different groups, 2 different groups, not according to skills, but according to, and I hate to say this, according to levels of nourishment. I don't know how to put it less crudely. Women who are thinner and older on one side, and women who are younger and not so thin and a bit more voluptuous in quotes on the other side. And it is understood that the not so thin and the younger women are going to get their work for the day first. The contractor first goes to them, employs them, and when that is over, then comes to the others. And I did a whole lot of interviews and lived with these women and families over a period of time. And there was no shame attached to this. It was understood. Family members, husbands, brothers, fathers understood it. ये तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना जब नौकरी चाहिए. The question of dignity, of self-respect, of humanity is just out of the picture. So when we talk about concepts like decent work, that's a term which we all use. The response is forget decency, just give us some work. So the question of dignity, of decent work, etc., in a state of desperation and destitution, I think is something which we all need to rethink at many different kinds of levels. There are, of course, several not have to be only for the common good. Okay? So this process is just good. Your new railway bill, all right, which is being debated right now, which is there. The selling off of a huge amount of railway stations. Okay, where now, in a waiting room, you have to actually pay. Earlier it was free, but now you have to pay to be in the waiting room. And if you see these kinds of, at least 4 or 5, which I have seen, private railway stations, there is no space for the poor. You stay out again, and then again you're, of course, exposed to violence, men and women and children in particular. Buses, we have one of the lowest ratios of bus to person availability. Public transport, when 84% of women use public transport, public buses, and this is 2018 data. Okay, it has not been updated. I have hunted for this. Only 7% buses are owned by public undertakings. All right, the rest are all private buses and no regulation on their fares. Absolutely no control on their fares. Railways and this, when bullet trains and what are these Vande trains or Vande Bharat or whatever being touted, and that they're fabulous and technology driven, etc., etc. What do the workers use? They use passenger trains, unreserved passenger trains, and those which were stopped during the COVID. Again, this is 21 data. There has been no updating of data. 80% of these passenger trains have still not come back. All right, they're still not restored, which is there. There was, again, 2 years ago, and I found no economic rationale for this apart from a humanity rationale, is that like there is a limit of luggage which you can carry in planes, which was 25 kilos and now it is 15 kilos. There used to be no limit to the amount of material you could carry in an unreserved dabba. And please just think of a migrant coming back from the village, okay, carrying 10 kilos of wheat, 20 kilos of rice, the dal, whatever is available, to make up for some kind of urban-rural inflation differentials which are there. Those who have some kind of a land which is there. That has been stopped. There's a limit on that. Reduction in the number of stops on the reason or the excuse of profitability. Now, where is these public transport are public goods. their welfare, the definition of profitability does not enter into public goods and public welfare at all. But yet the number of stops are being closed, trains and buses, very much so. It's like in Maharashtra and my second state of Goa, the number of primary schools have been closed down, 17,000. Okay, on the excuse that there are less than 15 students and it is not feasible to run a school with less than 15 students. Okay, so again you see the profitability public good component which is there. And there are several reasons, increase in fares, etc. And an issue of displacement. That's something also which you had referred to, very much so. And then you come back again to the theme of Article 39A of the Constitution, which talks about, includes CPRs when you talk about resources, nation's resources. It is common property resources which are being taken away. There are many aspects where this is concerned. What is called compensatory. So Andaman and Nicobar, the trees are cut, but you can grow the same number of trees in Haryana, and that's by law. Now what it does to the eco-balance is something totally different which is there. The loss of land. Again, that's an aspect which you referred to, because remember, land is a renewable natural resource. A job is not, and compensation is not. And of course, within the resettlement and rehabilitation aspect, there is a very, very strong gender component, okay, anti-equal component which is there. If there is compensation which is given when you lose your land for highways or development projects or mining or, green energy or whatever it is, only 18% get compensated according to the data which is there. A man or a boy of 18 is eligible. He doesn't get it, eligible for a job. But not a woman of 18. A woman has to be 40 and single, okay, to be able to get compensation. 40 somehow seems to be a very sacred age. That is, you have now no chance of marriage and you are not of the childbearing age. All right. So after 40 is when you're going to be able to get land, because there's no man who's going to support you. So you see all these patriarchal definitions which are there, very much so, even in terms of mobility component. I'm going to end now, and this is directly, I'm sorry I've taken so long, but it's one of the areas which I'm just so passionate about, that there is so much need, I think, that we really need to focus on this. And I will end with what the India Gender Report, of course, which we've talked about. We also have Deepa here, who's written one of the chapters of the India Gender Report. And within this, across, I've taken 5 sections. I divided the IGR into the hardcore economic, that's inflation, trade, taxation policies, monetary policies, etc., etc. The livelihoods component, urban and rural, health, education, and violence. And within this, I found common to everything is 4 aspects. One is a process of what I call gender de-equalization. Okay, going against what has been promised to us in the Constitution of India. And this comes across in various ways, whether it's in terms of dignity or jobs or employment or wages, etc. A huge increase, and this again is PLFS data and economic survey data, there's an increase in differentials in wages, not only on gender, also between SC and between ST, and increased, and this I think has been reported by several studies, not by any macro level data sources, a new kind of it's not as if it didn't exist before. I'm not romanticizing the past, but at least let's recognize the present. And that is an increasing divide in employment and in wages of men, particularly of women, on the grounds of religion. And this is something I think we need to take very much into account. Of course, there are several other factors which are there, which I will not go into. But I just want to end with 2 illustrations of how destitution does not allow dignity. Okay, and these are 2 cases which will haunt me, I think, till the end of wherever. One was the wife of a farmer in Maharashtra who had committed suicide. This is in the Vidarbha region in Maharashtra. She had 2 children left, no family support, no old age pension, single pension, compensation by state government, etc., nothing. What was she working as? She was working as, and I don't know what word to use. She was working as a scarecrow. All right, she would start at 7 in the morning till 12 o'clock. She'd be standing on the field flapping her hands to see birds would not come. And again in the afternoon, she was getting 2 things in return for this. One was she was allowed with her 2 children to live in the cow shed with cattle. All right, plus she was getting 60 rupees a day. All right, now talk about dignity where this is concerned. Second is the state of single women. And when I say single, I don't mean only unmarried. The largest category of single women is deserted women. Okay, it's not even divorced, it is deserted women. Some widowed, majority deserted, and also trans persons. I think that is one sector we just don't take into account. And this is along the fishing area of the entire Konkan branch, which is a branch from that is the west coast, which is there, from Mumbai coastline right up to Savantwadi, that is touching Goa. And deserted women, single women of all categories, and trans persons. Fishing, they live in the fishing areas. Women are not allowed to fish, and trans persons are not allowed to go into the sea. So what do they do for a living? The local term is jhol takne. It's meaning a net is thrown not into the sea to catch fish, but into the mud when the tide has ebbed. So what you get are those newties, what are called newts and efts, little lizards, baby crabs. This is collected by single women and trans persons, and they're allowed to sit in the village market in a separate space allocated to them, okay, to sell whatever they can. It is unbelievable, the level of desperation, I think, of single women, and we really need to take this. So for me, the issue of dignity becomes really the central issue of any kind of ethical academic research which is there. A lot more to say. I'm sorry if I've taken too much of time, but I could go on for another hour, as you said. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Sudhir Suttar to propose the vote of thanks.
I don't think I have much time, but thank you very much everybody for joining in. Special thanks Professor Diwan flying all the way from Mumbai. Many thanks Professor Sharma for joining us. Both of you for your remarks and comments. I hope we will be able to deliver something from this workshop. Many thanks to Chairperson Professor Biju Kumar. A sincere thanks to Ajay Ji, who has always been there as a support, always behind the scenes, always says, don't keep me anywhere, I will just listen. Thank you very much for your support. Because of you, we are able to do all these programs because of your financial support. And many thanks to Amrita from IIT Hyderabad for coming and supporting us. Thank you Shivnadar University, our colleagues from Shivnadar who have come all the way with their students to attend the program. And to all of you who are here. We are already very late for the tea break, so quickly 15 minutes tea break and we come back and start our session. Thank you very much everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Very good to meet. Yeah.
So the way panels have been structured, the idea is to have more of an informal conversation along with formal presentations if one has, but also we would like you to flag some questions if you have, and also the moderator to steer it in the direction of where we can have more open conversation in the end. So over to Professor Anupma Roy.
Mike. ऑन हो गया हाँ
Yeah, right. You want to speak from here?
I don't mind.
You don't mind. Thank you very much, Sudhir. We begin with the second session, and this is structured a little differently. The idea is that there would be, of course, there are three presenters who would present their work, but it would be also, in some senses, conversational, so that the speakers would speak for a round, and then they'll come back and speak again. I am supposed to enable and facilitate this conversation, so I'm not chairing it, I'm moderating it, and the conversation is to be among these presenters and also between the presenters and the audience. So there would be a 30-minute, or given that we've started late, maybe 20 minutes of conversation between the audience and the speakers. So the session is gender and the changing rural context. And we've had some conversations in the previous session. And one of the problems that I thought the previous session presented before us is the problem of conceptualizing categories. And one of the categories that I think all the three speakers are going to grapple with is the category of gender and the category of rural women. So the attention is on rural women and how there is a centrality that this category is to assume in understanding gender as not just a descriptive category, but also as an approach that helps us understand social structures. So gender would be also an organizing principle. And I'm thinking about one of the points that was raised in the previous session about the increasing rate of rural women's participation in the workforce, and the problem that was raised in terms of how this participation is being measured. So what is it that is being included, and what is it that is occluded in measuring what women's participation in the workforce is? So what we assume to be an increased participation of women may actually be occluding the kind of work that women are doing in this enhanced participation in the workforce. And there was the PFLA report was, for example, cited. Now, there was another, I thought, intervention where the question of violence was also raised. And I'm thinking again about a corresponding data that we have from the NFHS, and both the rounds, the fourth and the fifth rounds of NFHS, have actually alerted us to the increased spousal violence among rural women. So it's consistently more than urban women. So 30% rural women between the ages of 14 and 49 reported spousal violence. So the question of women's work and enhanced participation, but alongside there is this question of what kind of violence, not just in the public space, but in the private space that we need to also talk about. Now, the three presenters here are Shipra Nigam. Shipra Nigam is a fellow at the Institute for Human Development. Shipra Dev is global gender. She's employed. She's a global gender and land advisor with Landsay. And Shamsher Singh, assistant professor at Flame University. So I have been given some pointers by the organizers to know in terms of how this conversation needs to be, what shape this conversation should take. But I would ask each one of the presenters to come to these pointers the way they want to. So let not what I'm asking constrain you. No, you would have some ideas to share with the audience. But I would broadly, since we are focusing on women's work and question of dignity, we need to perhaps begin with the question, what are the ways in which, from the research that you've been doing, do you come to the question or you address the question of women's work in the rural context? And Shamsher, for example, has some anecdotes from his field, and both the Shipras have, I'm sorry I'm using the first name, and hope you're not offended, right? So both the Shipras have their research that they want to share with. So what is women's work, and rural women as a category, and the way in which you look at the rural itself, and what is it that has changed in the rural, so that you want to look at women and work in the rural context, right? So I would invite Shipra Dev first. Shipra Nigam is listed first. So Shipra Nigam, can I invite you to share your work with us? You want this?
No, I think I'm audible now. I am honored to be here. I mean, I'm presenting in JNU as a speaker probably for the first time. I mean, I've been a student here, and I've done I've lived like half of my student life here. So anyway, the idea here is, Amrita in the beginning raised 2-3 points along with about which he thought could be foregrounded in this. One, the idea that is there, the idea of rural prosperity. And linked to it is what is happening to the question of migration, and to the question of transformation in the rural economy in terms of what is happening to women's work, the conditions in which women's work is increasing. Now, our speaker in the first session, it is very clear that one of the things that has been discussed as a marker of rural prosperity has been the rise in women's labor force participation in workforce participation rate, which has been a part of the reason where don't have those quotes at the Plan Commission, where Niti Aayog and other documents have said that this is part of a vibrant economy. And this is also historic because India's female labor force participations have been historically very low. And they reached their lowest point in 2017-18, and then there is this sudden rise, which is seen as a marker of vibrancy in the rural economy. Now, if we look at, I just want to say that this is something, for instance, in classical, I don't know how many of you are economists here, but this is it's understood very much by now that in classical development debates, it has been foregrounded that in a country like India or developing countries, employment is never understood in terms of conventional indicators of employment, unemployment, labor, what is the labor force or workforce participation rate, because the people cannot afford to count themselves as unemployed. Often what happens, there used to be this catch-all term underemployment to mark the fact that in poor countries or countries with lesser resources, in the absence of social security and welfare measures, everybody has to be in some kind of work or the other, and that work need not be productive. It might be just subsistence work, and it will not give you, but you are marked as employed. Now that employment, a kind of productive structural transformation, hence in the context of countries like India, is always understood as a transfer of work from subsistence employment, from underemployment and unemployment to employment. And it is in this context, underemployment in the Indian context has classically been linked with two forms of self-employment. NSS and PLFS data has been talking about divide self-employment into employer, own account and unpaid family workers. And you can see the definitions of own account work and unpaid family work over here. It is very clear from these definitions that this is the kind of work which probably marks a lot of the informal rural agrarian economy in the country, in farms, as street vendors, as part of rural subsistence economy. This is all usually part of this, mostly comes under subsistence work. This is not work which is considered a part of a productive structural transformation. But I don't know why I can't move it, this slide. Okay. Okay, anyways, now productive structural transformation has been a decline in underemployment and subsistence employment. It is associated with a shift in workforce from informal, predominantly rural and agrarian work towards modern, formal, predominantly urban sectors in manufacturing and services. And it also should be associated with a rise in quality of employment and decent work. Now, this whole thing about rural-urban migration, whether it is actually agriculture to manufacturing and services, there are lots of debates around it. But in the Indian context, I think the way agriculture is defined and the way manufacturing and services is defined, the productive structural, this is still a necessity of the agrarian transition. The agrarian transition is incomplete. Now, women's employment has been a constant failure to meet the requirements of this. It continues to predominate in agriculture and in rural areas. 80% of women's employment, 75 to 80% of it is there. It is predominantly informal work and in self-employment, largely in unpaid family work, own account work and casual labor. There's a consistent wage gap. And it has been historically very low globally. Like it was, for instance, it has risen even despite the recent rise, which is like it's supposed to be 47.6 by now. Even then, it just compares to the global average, this massive rise which has happened in the last 5 years. Now, I'll concentrate more on this massive rise in these last 5-6 years because that has been the subject of most of the debate. This is just to show what I am saying in terms of men and women. The women's share in unpaid work, in own account work, their low labor force participation in workforce participation, and their predominance in casual self-owned account and unpaid work. Now, feminist interventions in understanding such failures, of course, built on two ideas. One is that unequal access to resources is unequal access to economic, social resources, patriarchal norms. They inhibit female labor force participation rate. And secondly, it's women's unpaid care work and domestic work burden, which also inhibits their participation in decent employment and upward occupational mobility. It also cheapens the labor outside in the market because it is unpaid at home. Ritu has already shown you this. If you can see, the point is this whole entire shift in rural labor force participation. You can see the orange line. Most of this fluctuation in the recent past 5 years has been in rural labor force participation rates for women. That is, the orange line has suddenly shown a rise. Now, besides being very low, the other point of rural labor force participation rates, which is linked to the idea of structural retrogression, transformation, or productive transformation, is that this labor force participation has fluctuated a lot since the onset of reforms. There are periods of high growth when this labor force participation falls, and there are periods of low growth when this labor force participation actually rises. And this rise has been large portion of this rise has been in rural women's labor force participation rate. So it rose, for instance, between the women's rural labor force participation rose between 2000 to 2004-5, and this was a period of rural distress and declining agrarian incomes and a relative fall in GDP growth. Again, it rose in the period of supposedly high GDP growth. It fell dramatically in India, and it again rose massively in this recent period, which all of us know is a period affected by both this. The changes started, as was pointed out, in 2017 before the pandemic, but of course the pandemic amplified whatever transformation was taking place, and this is the period in which you see this massive rise in female labor force participation. So it's not, one thing is very clear, there's no idea of a structural transformation which is taking place. This is a very stunted process of structural transformation where the movement between urban and rural keeps interchanging with changing rural context, the changing context in the socioeconomic, changes in the larger socioeconomic context. There's no clear linear trajectory which this migration, which this rural-urban migration is following. And it seems that in times of distress, the rural economy is still something on which people depend. And they come back, well, like we witness in the case of pandemic, like we witness in the kind of distress. It is still where the reserves of in the reserves of labor still get situated, because it is clear that the urban economy has not the expansion of decent jobs in urban economy has not been sufficient to accommodate this kind of a rural transition. The rural economy remains the backbone for a large proportion of workers who keep moving between the rural and the urban, the agriculture and the non-agricultural sectors. Now, in some cases, in this kind of structural transformation, there are periods of crisis have seen a rise in female labor force participation, mostly in agriculture in rural areas. Some explanations behind this is one, that women act as a buffer force. Employment fluctuations during crisis mostly lead to a rise and fall in vulnerable forms of employment and self and casual work for women. They suddenly start being counted in farms and farm work, and they have to make themselves, their work becomes more visible during crises because they are this buffer force which is used during and nobody can increasingly afford even more to be unemployed, so everybody is counted in some form of work. There are periods of rising growth with liberalization and reforms and withdrawal of state. So the withdrawal, as a result, the state provisioning and subsidizing decline, increased care burden and domestic responsibilities. The fact that it withdraw, it is not that we'll discuss this later if we have time. All these explanations also depend upon the lack of. Now, what is the significant controversy around the recent shifts? I'll just talk about 2 points here because this has been discussed. There was a rise in rural self-employment. At the same time, wage growth in female. The most of the employment was in rural self-employment, unpaid work and own-account work. Initially, it was unpaid work, and in the last 2 years, it has been in own-account work. Wage growth of female self-employment in this time actually turned negative. It marked a shift between unpaid family work recorded as, this is the significant recorded as Code 21 and domestic work as Code 91 and 92. More recently, it marks a shift from casual to own-account work. This is the distribution of women, and as you can see that what the orange and red lines are where the increases are, and the regular and the blue and the green lines are the ones which are declining as a proportion of this is the fact that female self-employment, as you can see, is the compound annual growth rate has been actually negative of female of rise. Now, there are 2 things which are considered. There's just to explain, there are some prominent things that have been highlighted in literature around this rise. One is that there are 3 kinds of codes. Women's work, and this is linked to the debates on unpaid work being invisible, women's unpaid work being invisible. In PLFS, domestic duties and other domestic duties, which includes free collection of goods and sewing, tailoring, weaving, vegetable gardening, And in Code 21, you were unpaid family worker in household enterprise. What can be very clear to anyone who's been part of a rural economy, the line between these two kinds of works is very thin. What is unpaid work in household enterprises and what is domestic duty and other domestic duties is a very thin dividing line. And as a result, if you see, the shifts have been, most of the shift between domestic duties, other domestic duties, and unpaid family work. That is where you see the brown, the blue, and the two blues and the browns. That is where most of the changes have been happening. Now, and if you see the negative 35.6, there's a negative 35.6 million change in women's work, and most of it has been, and it shouldn't be self-employed, it should be own account work and unpaid helpers. It is what has led to this rise. One is that there was a pandemic. It induced some distress-driven rise in employment. Women started being marked out as unpaid family workers and own-account workers. There's also the question of is there a change in which way in which field investigators record the shifts because of the thin dividing line between the different kinds of firms, the works? Are those under codes 92 and 93 now recorded as 21? Or is there some improved measurement of unpaid work on family farms and other livelihood works, which is undercounted in labor force surveys? There's also the question of reversal of pandemic-induced male migration from urban to rural areas. And hence, as a result, women who are left behind, are they being recorded as own account workers? Then there's the question of, is the fall in casual work being compensated by a rise in own account of work, given persistence precarity in rural employment conditions? So there are many questions around this recent rise in female labor force participation, the measurement issues and shifts between recognized and unrecognized work, signs of precarity in a post-pandemic era, and a rise in both unpaid and own-account work, and the thin dividing line between various forms of women's work, farm, household, animal husbandry, rural industry. This needs detailed sectoral analysis, field surveys, and microdata for clarity in how the post-pandemic rural economy has actually transformed. For instance, how have household dynamics changed with the reversal of massive rural-urban migration that took place in the post-pandemic era?
Thank you so much. Can I invite you now? So the speakers are exceeding the time limit, so maybe now we'll curtail the second round and invite the audience to ask their questions.
Thank you. So a very good afternoon to everyone. Like several of us sitting in this room. Okay. Like several of us sitting in this room, I am also really glad that we are talking about this question of dignity of women, which is seldom talked about, very rarely talked about. And I really pondered over this word for some time as to what really dignity means. It was in 1948 when the United Nations Convention on Human Rights talked and declared that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So when we look at the word dignity itself, it means that it is something inherent to a life, something which cannot be given or cannot be taken back. It's the inherent value of every human being, and it doesn't depend on anyone's desire. And there should not be any inherent reason why certain set of people with certain set of identities should be able to seek a life where they can actualize their aspirations while others are not allowed to do so. At the same time, when this UN Convention for Human Rights declared about dignity of people, constitutions of several countries were being formed, and Indian Constitution was also formed at around the same time. And our constitution, it also prescribes to the idea of equality of all and dignity of all. And this all includes all women, all rural women, women with all their intersecting identities and intersecting challenges and intersecting skills. Historically, women's identity has been tied to the idea of cultural norms, the obedience, and also the societal expectations. They have to be certain kind, they have to live the honor of the family. That's been the historical idea. But when we look at the term, I do think that dignity by itself has more to do with the choice, the autonomy, and the voice that women have. I work mostly at the intersection of women and land, and I often see how dignity is so deeply rooted and is tied into the realities of power, the ownership, and the control. And most specifically of land. Land is such a powerful resource. It is so closely tied to our identity because it's the site of our lives, and our livelihoods and our lives depend on it. And it's so closely tied to people's identity. There have been a number of studies across the globe which suggest that when people have land and when people have effective control over land, they have effective decision making over land, their lives are better because they have control over what kind of decisions they are making, and this is especially true of women. In the morning, in the first session, in the previous session, we were talking about how women's identity as farmer is compromised. Even when women work so much into agriculture, economists cite so many different data that suggest huge engagement of women in agriculture across the country. But still, they are not identified as farmer. One of the key reasons is that land ownership mostly rests with women. And in the context where we are living today, if I am to, and as a person who works on women and land, if I go around to find out the exact data, how much of individually owned parcels or land parcels are owned by women, I do not have the exact data. And if I go around finding how many percentage of women owns land in their individual name, that's also a difficult data to find out. It's not available. That's primarily because for years around, our land records have not been kept sex disaggregated data. On the land ownership papers and the records which are kept with the Revenue Office, it's not mentioned the sex of the landholder. But some of the micro studies and some studies which come through the agriculture census, rough estimation says that it varies from 2 to 3% to 14% on an average. And of these, the land which women own through inheritance, which is passed to them as inheritance, is even more or less. It roughly is around 2% or so. A few studies cite that. Now, what breathes in between? Why is this huge gap there? On one side, women work so much in agriculture, and on the other side, they do not own land. There is a complex intersection of laws at the first place, and then the huge gaps in implementation. And when I come to laws, first the inheritance laws, the provisions within the inheritance laws, even after so much progress that we have made in the last years, in the last 50 years, there is so much is yet to be achieved because there still are gaps. There is a complex interplay of laws, the religious laws, the agricultural laws, the customary laws, etc. And when it comes to land, every land law, nearly every land law, all land laws have some sort of provisions which keep women at a disadvantageous position and which objectify women, which do not see women as independent individuals who have a right to own land. For example, states like Uttar Pradesh and also Maharashtra have provisions where any land which is allocated by the state is to be given in the joint holdership, if possible. Now, people sitting here, and before I actually read the language of the law, I also thought that it means that men and women will be equal owner of the land parcel which is allocated by the government. But if we read the language of the law, what it actually says is, if the state allocates a parcel of the land to a landless person, the name of the wife will also be included in the title. Now, what this kind of language does and what does this tell us about our mindsets? Mindsets of those who write the language of the law. It tells us about the deep-seated beliefs that land belongs to men, that head of the families are men, and that everyone in the family share congruent interests. But practically it is not so. It really matters whose name is there on the title. When I meet women across the country, I find a lot of challenges which are posed by cultural norms. A few years ago, I was in Agra and I was talking to a 16-year-old girl there. And she was telling me her story. And this is when our Hindu Succession Act in 2005 gives all daughters the equal rights. She was 16-year-old and she had 6 sisters. Her father passed away. Her father was in defense. And her family had 40 acres of land. But neither she nor any of her sister got any part of that land. Instead, what happened was her mother was forced to adopt the son of her brother-in-law and will off all her land to that son of her brother-in-law. Why? Because the family believed, and she told me that there was a panchayat meeting which happened that decided that this should be the way to go, rather than the daughters getting the land. And the woman who willed all her land to that son of her brother-in-law, she told me that if she would not do this, who will take care of the marriage of the 6 daughters that I have? How will they get married? And how will I manage the land even if I get that? And this girl who was speaking to me was studying in school, was getting good marks. She was studying botany and the other science subjects. She wanted that land. She had the aspiration. She knew the right that she had, but still she had no voice and she could not assert. This is the context in which we talk about the dignity of women. Earlier this month, I was in Ahmedabad and I met a researcher who had done some research on Hak Tyag. Do you know what is Hak Tyag? even when, we say that the Hindu Succession Act in 2005 gave equal rights to all daughters, it's a common practice to expect of daughters to sign a document to give away their rights in favor of their brothers. This practice is called Hakkatyag in several parts of India. And this researcher that I was speaking to, she had identified several women, more than 25, in Gujarat, and she had spoken to them, listened to their stories, and she told me that in her research, she found that a lot of women who have done this and who have signed these kinds of a paper were kind of duped by their own brothers and their own family members. How? Because they were illiterate and they did not know what kind of paper are they signing. The family members would take those papers to them to sign, and if they are signing something else and they will get it signed, or many a times women just don't sign, they just put their thumb impressions, and later on if they realize that I want to claim my land and I want my share, they would realize, oh, by some sort of signing, I have already given away my rights. That is the reality, that is the context in which we talk about dignity of being women. Similarly, I go to Jharkhand. And when I go to Jharkhand, what do I see? Okay, sure, I'll finish it soon. Jharkhand is a state which is known for the instances of witch hunting. And a few years ago, a single women's organization came to me saying that a lot of cases which we see, which come to us, on the surface it appears that it is of witch hunting and of violence, but at the root there is some issue related to land. Since I do not have time now, I will not go deep into this, but then I would say that when we talk about dignity, I think what is important is to be conscious of what are our intentions. Are we really satisfied by having some policies on paper, or do we really want to bring about some real change? And what does this real change look like? If I later have some time, I would like to share an example of West Bengal, where huge number of women are learning about land and working with the state government to bring about a change where they, in their own villages and blocks, are running centers to update land records. And this has brought about a huge systemic change within the land departments and the rural development departments in the state. But I think also that when we talk about dignity, it's not something which can be given through policies, but it has to be upheld through intentions every day, every moment. And when we talk about quest of dignity, I think I do not think of dignity as a goal or equity as a goal. I think it's a continuous quest, it's a continuous journey. We continually need to ask new questions. We need to find out where we need to make changes and how we can move forward in this journey. With this, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Anupma. I would like to thank the organizers and particularly Professor Sudhir and Amrita for giving me the opportunity to come here and talk to all of you. Now, I would like to start with a disclaimer that I am not a scholar on women's or gender issues. So what I'll try and do is give you an overview of and a bit of descriptive account of the relationship of what women share with land and labor in the state of Haryana, where I come from, and the things which I have observed while growing up there and while working there a little bit lately in the last couple of years. But if this does not make sense to you, then you know whom to blame, Sudhir. So, okay. What has happened in the in the earlier discussions here? There is enough evidence here to process what the exclusion to women being in terms of land relations and land ownership in particular. I would like to place the idea of women's work and what it cost them in a society like Haryana, where I'm sure, given the proximity to the geography here, some of you have some reference of the Haryana rural society. So women in Haryana society, in rural Haryana society, in agriculture or beyond, they do not have the status or the role of a helper or assistant or a subordinate worker. Their work, they are the main workers, they are the doers there. In agriculture or beyond agriculture. So that is where the entire thing works on their shoulders. Now imagine a woman in their early 80s. Her back is bent. She has severe mobility and visibility issues and conditions. She wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning. She tries to navigate her way towards the compound and the place where the household keeps their cattle, which is approximately 150 to 200 meters from the main residential unit. And she goes there, she changes the places of the cattle, those who have to be fed first, those who have to be milked and all that. She feeds them, and the male member of the family arrives, they milk the cattle, and the woman continues to feed and keeps on cleaning the cattle shed, etc. Her first phase of this morning routine ends at 7 o'clock, where she gets her tea and she takes a little break from the work. In the meantime, other women in the household, they arrive the cattle shed, they help her removing the dung, transport it to a distance. They also, some of the women at the house, including young women and young girl child, they help in finishing the household chores, including cooking, cleaning, sweeping, washing clothes, or fetching water. This involves sometimes in peak seasons young women and the girl children and also taking care of the younger and the older or elderly or the unwell or the sick people in the household. This is a great division of labor, what one can see when men still are getting up, taking their tea and all that. In the meantime, women, those who have to go to work, start preparing to leave for the fields, and they start walking, or they start taking, the bullock carts, they start preparing and start going to the fields, where they have to either, start cutting the fodder or start working on the agricultural operations which demand their attention on day-to-day basis. This is something that is an account of an older woman, which you may think maybe an exaggeration or a rare example or maybe an outlier. It's not actually. This woman eventually gets hit by a cattle while she's taking care of the cattle or trying to change the place, and becomes immobile and bedridden for a couple of years, and then eventually dies. Now, in the meeting where people are coming and paying their respect and condolence to the family, the women's processing of that loss is very different than what men are talking about. While I had the close relationships with the incident there, the women there repeatedly talk about how this woman carried forward the entire family from the scratches, and now they have a good standing in the income wise or otherwise in the society, dies without owning a single plot of land in her name or having any share in the productive assets or in the property of the house. It's what I see, and it's not unusual that the typical, landed households have these kinds of dynamics working for the women in their households, or the work which not only in the landed households but also in the laboring households, that women work till late in their ages and die without owning any substantial productive asset or other share in the property. It's a those who see it, it's a for researchers and scholars, those who can process the alienation and all these theoretical concepts and how the value is reappropriated by the male patriarchs in the family. There is a big robbery there of the work and the contributions which they make. It's also has been written by many scholars. Professor Prem Chaudhary has written about it. How, and Beena Agarwal has written in many other contexts, how women's work is hugely undervalued and hugely under-recognized, even when they highly subsidize the household economies with their labor, putting all their priorities and their needs and requirements in terms of nutrition, dietary requirements, behind everyone else, and then being on the receiving end of so many other things. So this is something I wanted to point out in terms of the work which they slog themselves for their entire life. The work which they do has drained them out of their strength and vigor, and also, have left them physically broken and tired and exhausted as they reach the age of 50s. And again, I would give the example of Professor Prem Chaudhary, who has, documented some of these, cases where, she points out that women start looking old than their actual age because of high, birth, high rates of delivery and the births that they have to go through. They physically start looking, tired and, exhausted as they reach 50s. And this is something which leaves them also almost, at the mercy of the others while it comes to care work. And they becomes dependent on the other family members for their day-to-day requirements also. Now, just to give a little bit of example on like what Shipra had, pointed towards the land ownership. Haryana is a close brother of Uttar Pradesh. So we are not very different in terms of, when it comes to land ownership. And the record is dismal when it comes to women owning land, agriculture or otherwise. And as also pointed out by Shipra, that we don't have reliable statistics where we can actually make sense of in terms of statistical way, that how many women own agricultural land or other kinds of land plots. What happens that according to what happens with some of the estimates that are available with us, the maximum which can be estimated is that it's mostly in the single digit, the number of women which will be owning land in agricultural land or any other kind of productive land in Haryana. Maximum it touches the double digit, but again we don't have individual owned statistics and actual agricultural land ownership, because it mixes the other land types also in the data. Now, interestingly, the act which was talked about, Hindu Succession Act 1956, which was amended in 2005, was supposed to give land rights to women irrespective of the marital status. So it's not only that unmarried women will get it or unmarried women will get it, but women, they can claim legally the rights in the household's agricultural land irrespective of their marital status. And Haryana, and I would like to quote Paroma Sen's work, which looks at the cultural practices or the traditional practices, how the land ownership traditions work, and also how the legal interventions are, in a way almost ineffective when it comes to changing the dynamics when land is being transferred to the children. So here Paroma Sen, and I quote, says that social status, literacy rate, and restrictions over mobility have continued to be hurdles for women in accessing land rights through judicial intervention. All these social practices further reinforce customs, and finally, the devolution of property continues to be a right of the male here. There has been almost no progress in terms of women actually claiming or reaching the stages of litigation, where a huge amount of social pressure or other familial and the kinship ties become an obstacle in terms of women realizing their legal entitlement through the legislations or the amendment which it talks about. So it has literally failed to make any changes in terms of women coming to own any land in the state of Haryana. Actually, if I remember it correctly, the Legislative Assembly of Haryana took one of the most regressive stances when it came to discuss this particular law. If I remember it correctly, and I can check it later on, they wrote to the president not to pass this amendment. And now you can see that in the assembly they are talking about who ate how much dung and all that. Have you followed the recent conversations from Haryana Legislative Assembly? The two MLAs accusing each other of who had eaten how much dung at one point in time. So this is the state of affairs in terms of legislation engaging with the issues. I should be done by then. Some of the changes which have incurred in terms of use of the family labor on family farms, that we see that there has been an erosion of the utilization of family labor on their own farms, especially in the peak seasons or peak tasks, which are sowing, transplanting, harvesting and post-harvest operation, due to two major factors, which one of them being the mechanization, and the second one, the availability of the migrant contractual workers, where people from some other states come and take the entire agricultural landscape under their possession, and they are then being employed by almost all the landed households in the vicinity to complete the transplanting task or the harvesting task of paddy and other crops. This has given some respite to women of this generation from being engaging in the back-breaking work on the fields, and a very strange kind of practices now has emerged due to the also penetration, and one can see also the visible improvement in the infrastructure with regards to availability of drinking water, which earlier had to be fetched on head, and one had to walk several kilometers in some cases. Now you see there has been some improvement in terms of availability of certain basic amenities, electricity, water, sanitation. This also, and then the availability and penetration of the mobile and the telecommunication devices. Now this has also in the recent years have noticed that there has been a cultural shift also to the earlier known culture of predominant culture of the peasantry, that new kinds of festivals, events or religious ceremonies have been observed by what was earlier called the opposition between the high rank caste and the culture of the peasantry. Now those distinctions and the opposition has blurred. Now you see a large amount of women celebrating and observing these rituals and festivals. In my village, where I come from, we have seen the rise of a number of new temples which have come about in the last couple of years, and we see the deterioration of the public institutions, public health sector. It was talked about that the village level PHCs, etc., have been shut down. Public schools have almost become ghost buildings that hardly anybody visits them. So some of these new changes and have also resulted a huge amount of market-driven changes in terms of the material, the consumption patterns have been, hugely driven by the market forces. and a huge rise in this is my last point, a huge rise in the cases of drug addiction, which again have put women on the receiving end in terms of managing the household economies and also struggling with their safety and security when they are out in the public. So these new changes have to be studied, and I'm just flagging this, not that I have recent data on violence against women, but one can see a rapid rise in the cases of assaults on women in rural as well as urban Haryana. So these new changes require maybe more detailed and well-structured study, which perhaps can be done in the coming times. And this has left, of course, the old patriarchs, who demanded respect and honor from women by forcing them to follow parda and the veil, practice, etc. It has left them really confused. And there has been an assertion from the below that women have started exercising. There's a now higher, cases of choice marriages. There's also like some level of acceptability due to the crisis that is unfolding there due to skewed sex ratio. So it has become more of a now compulsion for them to accept whatever kind of marriages they can go for. So I would just like to stop here and leave if we have time for some more discussion later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With the permission of the organizers, I would want to open this up for discussion. But before we do that, I think we had a productive combination of economic and economists who brought data, and the same way as the keynote speaker did in the earlier session. And we had two thick accounts from the field and narratives from the field. And I think all three, in continuity with the argument made by Dr. Datta in the morning, they dismantled the myth of rural prosperity and urged us to look at the rural landscape differently. And I think Shipra Nigam in particular brought to us the concept of crisis and how women step in as buffer in a context of crisis. And it's interesting that this idea of crisis in some ways resonates in both the ethnographic papers, and the crisis is almost like a normal condition in which women are sustaining themselves in a context where they are, as Professor Diwan said in the morning, caught in a process of de-equalization and destitution. So I think the field narratives brought that out very clearly. And I think there was an important point that all three were making about the relationship between, actually what distinguishes a rural woman as a category, if at all there is a category, rural woman, who we can identify and distinguish her from other categories of women, is her disadvantageous relationship with land, so that she is working on land, but she is not owning that land. So, and the question then of both dignity and mobility and immobility, perhaps, that all three speakers were pointing towards. So immobility because women are tied to the land for subsistence, and immobility because they do not have the resources to leave that land in a way that they have access to something more productive. And I'm reminded of Doreen Massey's formulation in the context of international migration, where geographies of power or geometries are precisely about those spatial constraints and access to resources that you have differential access to. So I will stop here, and I'm sure there are so many scholars here, young and those who have a sustained interest in these areas, who would have a lot of questions. And I would invite, therefore, questions from the floor. So you introduce yourself
Yes.
and then ask your question. Be brief.
Hello everyone, I am Riddhi, I am from CPS. So my question is specifically to Shipra Dev ma'am, since you talked about dignity. So I see a dignity paradox about what we think as a dignity being a scholar, and so like instead of taking dignity in owning land, women take dignity in giving away land. So how do you problematize the idea of dignity here? Secondly, ma'am, as you said that there is a problem of land owning. So, and that is the reason why women are not given the tag of farmers. So, do you really think that owning land would give them the tag of farmers? Thank you.
I am Shifali Jha. I'm also from CPS. So maybe I can ask this question to Shipra Nigam, because I think you talked about this incomplete agrarian transformation. So other scholars, maybe I'm thinking of the work of Indrani Majumdar, so they say that young women from rural areas who work, let's say, in apparel or garment factories, but when it's time for their marriageable age, etc., they are back married and doing mostly unpaid work and so on and so forth. So it's the women's question gets linked to this incomplete agrarian transition. I mean, would you say something more about that?
There's a question behind you.
Hello everyone. My name is Ognivo and I am also from CPS. So I had a question. I'd just like to put for an instance and then would like to ask the question. So my area of interest mainly follows in the hilly areas of Darjeeling and the tea gardens there. So an instance there was the access to water supplies is very difficult condition there. So as a result there are the provisions of municipal water pipes or water supplies. But a study of a particular village in Mooldhara Basti says that these women did not want the access of municipal water pipes, and they would prefer going all the way along to bring those water for a hitchhike. So this projects the image of how the women would not like to trade off their mobility with the exploitative work of carrying water for say 1.5 or 2 hours. So I would like to ask how this idea of the women following their dignity in a different way, we can say it as an mobility with an exploitation, situate ourselves within this theme that we are discussing of women, work and mobility. Thank you.
There's a question here, Professor Suthar.
Thanks to all the panelists. I think it was really wonderful. My question, it's more like a comment for the time being, perhaps. I'm just thinking that should we also not look at intra-women, inequalities, intra-group inequalities? Because, and this comes from my own work in Bundelkhand when we were looking at the drought management policies which government had adopted, where they look at all the women and their concerns quite similar. Whereas, the kind of burden which is there on, let's say, women coming from scheduled caste and scheduled tribe is more likely to be different than a women who comes from, say, backward castes. And I think this is a problem which we would see across India, number one. Number two, I think also there is a need to look at the regional diversities. And I'm glad when Shamsher and Shipra were talking about UP and Haryana. I mean, I remember some people talking about, for example, Goa and Maharashtra, where women are participants in APMCs, whereas in North India, it's almost impossible to see a woman going to an APMC. So quite like many academic institutions, once upon a time, they never had a provision of a women toilet. APMCs also do not have. In North India, in many cities, you won't find there is anything for women. So is there not a need to look at this further in order to, if I may use the word which Anupama keeps using, complicate it further to look at these nuances?
Students at the back, you want to ask something? SNU students, you've come all the way. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So we have one question here.
Hello. My question is, in matrilineal, like in Meghalaya, there is like women inherit land property, but if we can see that there is less representation of women in ADCs, like tribal autonomous councils. Though, so I want to ask the reasons.
Right. So we can have the responses in the order that the presentations happened.
Okay, mine was just about the incomplete agrarian transition and its links to the women question. Now, there are many ways in which you can see it. Let me think about two conceptual ways in which economics, within economic literature, we talk about it. The incomplete agrarian transition, basically the idea comes from these classical development economists like Lewis and Kuznets, whose idea was that you move from with development, what will happen, there's a lot of surplus labor in rural areas, or labor which is subsistence labor in rural areas and agrarian related areas. And as development happens or as growth happens, this labor is taken away. It migrates to modern sectors in manufacturing and services, and as a result, there is a process in which incomes rise on both sides. Your incomes, livelihoods, working conditions over time rise. This migration keeps on happening. This results in two things. Wages and incomes rise both in rural areas, where now lesser number of people are dependent on the same amount of resources. And there is a rise in the modern, and of course, wages in modern sectors are supposed to be, and working conditions are supposed to be better. So it's a win. Over time, this is the way in which a transformation, which is a structural transformation, happens. In the Indian case, what I was saying was that this transformation, and a link to it, for instance, I can think of in feminist literature is the concept of the U-shaped feminist labor force participation curve, which says that, when a country is in poorer stages of development, or in the initial stages of development, women cannot afford not to work. They have to work. There's all kinds of work. They are out in the subsistence work in farms and other places. As growth happens, they withdraw in patriarchal norms, assert themselves. If incomes live there, they withdraw into the household sphere, and their labor force participation falls. And eventually, with development, when they give education in other levels rise, and job opportunities and remunerative job opportunities open up, they come back to the market, and that's how that whole process of development happens. So there's a kind of this is also talking about a linear development process, and so is the structural transfer Lewisian model. And the trouble in the Indian case has been that the structural transformation itself has been this incomplete or stunted process, where you've never actually left the rural, in the sense that migration has never been complete. What happens is you move from rural to urban areas, and that is partly because of neoliberal economic policies, as a result of which, for instance, there's jobless growth. Jobless growth means that productive, decent, formal jobs are not rising. As a result, there are reservoirs of informal work in the urban economy, and there's a continued reliance on the rural economy. That reliance and that link with the rural economy is never broken. There'll be seasonal migration. People will go, both men and women, and come back. In fact, interestingly, migration-wise, I feel that there are studies which have been done that talk about female migration migration actually being more regular and more permanent because of their migration into domestic work in urban areas than male work. Usually men and women go together. The work that men do is far more precarious because employment conditions are precarious, but it's often domestic work which forms a regular steady income. So that's the kind of migration even when it happens in case of women when they go up. And besides, of course, the textile work, which what Indrani's work talks about is a phase in textile industries. Recent accounts say there's been a lot of labor shedding in textile and in the manufacturing industry. So that kind of work itself is shrinking. So the biggest problem where the structural transformation bit is concerned is that the growth is jobless, as a result of which that transition that is supposed to happen from the traditional to the modern, from the rural to the urban, from the agriculture to manufacturing services, that's not really happened. It's a back and forth. Conditions, when crisis happens either in the agrarian or the urban economy, the migration patterns change. And that is a stunted process. Now, for female labor force participation as a result, it happens, it's the same process that happens. It rises, it falls. The women are a buffer stock in crisis. But even when growth is happening, one of the reasons, it's not that they are just withdrawing into the household sphere for domestic work or domestic out of patriarchal norms. It's also a withdrawal of the state, which marks neoliberal economic reforms, which means that a lot of state subsidies are withdrawn, and as a result of which their cared work burden and their unpaid work burden often rises. That also accounts for the withdrawal into the domestic sphere that happens. So what you do is you're sliding down that U-shaped curve in the first half, but you're moving up and down. You've never moved to the other half. So in that sense, there's a link between this idea of incomplete agrarian transition and women's work. And as everybody has pointed out, women continue to be the backbone of the rural economy because they're the one who mostly stay. It's like men who go out and come back, unless women migrate, but they migrate with families. Usually it's male migration which leads female migration in a large proportion of cases. There are exceptions, of course, in terms of Kerala and all that. But the point is that women stay in the rural economy, and the rural economy still remains the backbone. That break has never been made in terms of the transformation process. Thank you.
I have quite a few questions. So I think the first one which you asked is about the idea of dignity. That, how women sometimes tend to think of taking dignity in giving away their rights. And that's how. I think, it's all about the value systems which we tend to inculcate so much in women that it goes to the extent of self-denial. And I think the sense of self is also evolving with time. At the time of independence, I was reading somewhere and rather listening in a podcast by a researcher that at the time of independence, there were about 2.8 lakh women who could not vote because they were not ready to be identified by their own names. They had for always been identified as someone's wife and someone's daughter. So they were not even ready to be identified by their names. Similarly, when I go to a lot of places, especially in UP and Bihar, women sometimes get surprised by the idea that they can own land. They are like, अच्छा हमारे नाम भी हो सकता है कागज में, ये भी हो सकती है क्या? And then at the same time, ये सब इतना कानूनी प्रोग्रेस होने के बाद भी, it's not long ago, I think 2 साल पहले की बात है, when in the state of Rajasthan, a revenue official came with a recommendation and suggestion, or rather a notification asking all the women कि राखी के festival में women should do this hak tyag, which I was saying, in honor of their brothers. They should give away those rights. And this whole idea of Ritu, in the morning we're talking about, drone didis and sahelis. We are not even recognizing them because we are just seeing their work as something of a social cause, something giving for a social cause. So I think all of this needs to be seen in totality, and that is how it needs to be addressed. And second, you said that the question was that if owning land will lead to women's identity as a farmer. I think there are two things to this. The problem is that we see a farmer as one who owns land. There is a national policy for farmers which came in 2007. And it said that anyone who has the skill of agriculture and use that to survive for their livelihoods should be a farmer. But still, in most of the policies and most of the programs which are designed for farmers, the precondition is that they own land. So the benefits to the farmers only go to those who own land. So there is also a discourse that identity of farmer should be delinked from ownership of land. That also serves the purpose for identification as farmer and for receiving that benefit, but somewhere that mindset has to be changed, and then ownership of land goes much beyond, just serving the purpose of being the farmer. And then I think you asked about the, Sudhir, it was your comment on intergroup conversation. I think that is very much needed. And because women are not homogeneous, rural is also not homogeneous. Rural in Haryana would be different from rural in Kerala, would be different from rural in Manipur or Jharkhand. And similarly, women come with a lot of different identities of religion, of caste, and also marital status, especially in relation to land. I often say that across the laws, across the inheritance laws, what is similar is Hindu law देखे, Muslim law देखे, Christian law देखे कि एक लड़का है तो जब वो पैदा हुआ तो he has that right over land. But for a woman, it changes over time. There are, और आप जिस चीज़ की बात कह रहे थे हरियाणा में जो हुआ, it's very interesting. 2005 में जब हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट में अमेंडमेंट आया और डॉटर्स को इक्वल राइट मिला, उसके पहले ही सदर्न स्टेट्स सच एज Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, they had given those rights to daughter, but Haryana was the state जहाँ पर असेंबली कह रही थी कि वो राइट जो लड़कियों को हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट देता है 2005 से भी पहले, इट शुड बी टेकन बैक इंडिविजुअल प्रॉपर्टी में भी, जो कि 2005 से पहले था. लेकिन प्रेसिडेंट ने 2 बार ये रिकमेंडेशन को जो हरियाणा असेंबली से गई थी उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया, क्योंकि इट इज़ एन ओवरलैपिंग लॉ और एग्रीकल्चर लॉ में कुछ इनहेरिटेंस में चेंज करना है तो प्रेसिडेंट का कंसेंट चाहिए होता है. दीज आर ऑल complexities of law, but that is what it was. And I think, issues of tribal women may be very, very different than, some other women. Issue of single women are very, very different. And all of these things need to be seen with a larger perspective, but also with their contextual specific realities. And that is how we need to, make efforts for change. And then I think you asked about matrilineal societies, where land passes on from mother to daughter, and but still there is very less representation on tribal advisory committees and the local things. And I think that is a reminder that just talking about land ownership is not enough. What is required is the true intent. That's what I was talking about. Because having just, this resource it's kind of an instrumental. It can play some role to an extent, but then what is the true intent? Is that changing, and are we working towards that? I think that is what's important.
Just to quickly, I think there's one on water. The provision of water in the hilly, terrain. I'm not familiar with the particular, the case, but there could be, some, because I have briefly worked on the issue of access to drinking water and stuff. Is there an element of charges being paid by the households for this provision that can, demoralize sometimes women, those who don't want to have the charging, it's chargeable, even if it is like a very tokenist amount, it can discourage them to avail that provision. I don't see, leisure in drudgery. That women want to take, like to take long walks and, want to experience that as something as leisure or mobility. I don't see that as happening. There could be a particular, perhaps limitation and obstacle in this particular case. So that's, my understanding, limited understanding. Just to add, point to the question of
You
that
have
women
3 minutes.
So I'll take not more than 1 more minute. Is that that women see dignity in giving the land? I think it has to be also of course clarified by Shipra, but one has to also see the societal context in which they are hugely restricted in terms of exercising that, as if giving up is a choice. And it also ensures them some kind of kinship support throughout, their remaining lives. What in Haryana we say that, what maximum they negotiate and bargain with the male patriarchs of the family is that their daughters are, respected when they come. They are, some handouts, some give up, gifts, or what we say, like occasionally jota marna. That occasionally you contribute when they need something, so that's the thing that they look out for, to ensure by giving up, this it seems like a voluntary and this kind of thing. It's not that actually. If given the equality, of course, they would like to, not enjoy the giving away, or they won't see the dignity in giving away. They would like to exercise the right of owning it. And I agree with Sudhi's suggestion that the things are more complex and things are more diverse, and the story is of course incomplete if we don't look at regional and social, caste-wise, disaggregated experiences and the picture. That should be done, of course.
I just wanted to say that's complete. I mean, the time was too short to bring those differences out. But the point is intersectionalities. I mean, we were part of the India Employment Report. I was part of the India Employment Report, which came out recently. I mean, all the results are on the expected line once you bring in intersectionality. You bring in caste, you bring in gender, you bring in region, you bring in states. The fact that the marginality increases more and more. For instance, ST women are more disadvantaged than women, yes. When Muslim women have a disadvantage, yes. Regionally backward women, more women are in need category, yes. So you see, there's nothing which was unexpected, which was thrown up in the intersectional pattern. The more you take these intersectionalities into account, the marginalities get more and more amplified. That is, and hence those intersectional analysis is already read. But here, what the point was that even in a general way, if you just talk about gender per se, even with all those intersectionalities, even then at the male and female level, there are these differences. Even if you sort of take those intersectionalities away, so the intersectionalities will only make the marginality more, at least in terms of whatever results I have seen on the employment condition.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time. And so thank you, Dr. Deb, Dr. Nigam, Dr. Singh, and thank you so much for all the questions. And I'm sure Sudhir wants to announce something.
I just wanted to say thank you, Professor Anupma Roy. And we break for lunch, and we will have a half an hour break. Earlier it was scheduled for 45 minutes. We are running short of time. So we will be back by 2:45 to start the next session. Okay, please, 2:45. Thank you so much. Rikia, Shrishti and Khushbu to please come on the dais.
You try and yes.
Introduction is there
in this one only, no? This one, just their main. Correct, huh? Your name will be here. Oh, okay. So you are Rikshia? No. Okay. That's the first. Take, it's fine.
Yes.
Khushbu, so you're going second, no? Yeah. Try to keep it to 10 minutes or so, right? No? Then we'll have some time for discussion because Sudhir wants us to wrap up by 4:15 because he's running late. But I think that's okay. Still get like 20 minutes or something. So there were some questions that I think he also shared with you, so I'll just sort of summarize so that people know what you're speaking to. Just open up and then briefly rehearse those questions only, then you all can start. Oh, it's already on, huh?
उसको स्लाइड पे डाल
Afternoon session, and thanks to everyone at CPS for inviting me, especially Sudhir and also Amrita. So I'll just open up with some comments and then we can go. I'll introduce, first let me introduce our three speakers and then I can speak a bit. So we have, this panel is titled Women Work and Rural India, Young Scholars Perspectives. So we have three PhD scholars here. We have Rikia Bhukta, who's a research scholar in IIT Kanpur. We have Khushbu Sharma, who's a research scholar in CPS, JNU, and Srishti Paganiha, who's a research scholar again at CPS SSS. Like I was telling Sudhir when he invited me, I'm here more to listen and know about the new kinds of research that is happening in the field because, it's been an interesting opportunity that way, especially with the morning session, the keynote, and it was great to think around some of those questions. And I was also thinking that it's interesting that this these questions around gender, dignity, mobility is being housed in the political science department, right? And one of the things that the CFP talks about is how political, economic and sociological determinants have to be taken into account to understand the links between women work, mobility, and this conception of dignity, right? In that sense, it's great to have a group of research scholars to think through this problematic that the CFP poses, because in some ways, it's also, I think, asking us about methodological questions, right? What kind of methodologies do we put together to sort of engage with these complex connections between the urban and the rural, which came through, I think, very vividly with questions around the migrant, as a figure, or even like in the morning sessions when we were discussing questions around mobility patterns, right? Like we do see that it's sort of many different kind of structural factors that are working together to perpetuate structures of gender differentials, right? Like, so how do we attend to these changing dynamics? And another question that I thought was interesting in our discussion so far is also the attention to the workings of language, right? Like even in terms like how do government schemes get what are the terminologies used? Like, what happens when, schemes that are coming with the promise of change is really using the language of kinship, of, placing women as daughters, as very much within these paradigms of unpaid domestic labor, right? Like, so folding women back into these structures. And even, in discussions around sexual violence and all, we often see that there's a certain way in which, like, say, calling, someone Nirbhaya, or, so there's a certain way in which these macro structures are erased, and a certain focus on individuals as victimized or heroic. In either case, what happens is that you don't hold these many different workings of structures and see what are the conditions of precarity that leads to violence, right? Like how violence becomes such an everyday phenomena because it is allowed in many ways, right? Like that, situations of especially economic structures have really, heightened these levels of violence, right? So we cannot, read these processes without reading them together, right? So in that context, there are certain, the way, this panel is organized, there are certain questions that, all the three scholars will speak to, mainly about the changing role of women in Indian society in general, and women in particular, and how their research, what particularities, how does it throw light on those questions about women and changing work conditions. And the other question that they'll speak to is this fact that 2/3 of the rural workforce in agriculture is female, while only 1/3 is male. And why is it so hard for women in rural India to leave or exit agriculture as a form of work, right? And that, I think, really connects also to the central question in the conference about the conception of dignity, right? Like, like what are the material conditions required to claim dignity, right? Like, I think in many of the current even political theoretical discussions on caste and bodily work and stigma, many of these questions have come up about also increasing dispossession, right? Like, how do we, in these conditions of increasing dispossession, also imagine dignity, right? Like, what are the contradictions there? And also, what are the problems in celebrating resilience as a model, right? Like, what are the costs of placing resilience onto the bodies of women, especially quote-unquote rural women, right? Like what do we erase when we do that, right? And what other categories do we have to bring into the conversation, say about resource sharing or care for each other or mutuality, some of these categories that seems to have gone away in some ways, right? Like where there's an emphasis on individual entrepreneurship, resilience, which seems to be the new language, right? So how do we tackle those issues? So with that, I'll invite all three of you. But let's start with Rikia Bhupta, and we can go from there. Yeah. So you have a presentation, right?
Am I audible? So first of all, thank you so much, Professor Sudhir, for inviting me here and giving me such a platform to share my research. So I will start with the changing role of women in Indian society. and this is like more like a summary of the things that we have been talking about since morning, like in the keynote and then in the next panel session. We have already talked a lot about all these issues, but I'll try to summarize it very quickly. Historically, as we know, there are restrictive gender norms, restrictive social norms that limit women's autonomy, empowerment, mobility, and overall economic participation, right? Now, some of these gender norms are sticky in nature, but they are not completely unchangeable, because in the literature there are evidences that through well-designed policy measures, one can actually change these sticky gender norms. I'll start by talking about some of the positive trends. One of the main things that we have witnessed in the recent years is that more women are now getting enrolled in higher education, then STEM education, and also there is an increase in women entrepreneurship if we compare them to the past figures. And also there is an increase in participation of women in local governance thanks to the reservation in the panchayat election system, even though there are like still limitations that have been already talked about, that it's mostly the male members who take the decision. But at least I believe that having the name on paper, that is also kind of like a positive like improvement compared to the status quo. Also, there are legal reforms in the workplace, like the recent 2017 amendment in Maternity Benefit Act, and also reservation for women in various sectors, which have actually improved the work conditions for women. But there are also like some of the challenges that still persist, like low female labor force participation, even though we have witnessed improvements in recent years, but it is still low if we compare them to the rest of the countries. And also another major concern is that even though we have seen a rise in educational attainment and higher education, that educational attainment is not being translated into labor force participation, right? And this is where I think gender norms are coming into play. And one of the main reasons I think women, they do not participate in labor force are because of safety concerns. Like the parents fear to send their children away from home. Like women, they don't want to move away from their home because of safety concerns, and that limits their mobility and aspiration and labor force participation. And also another issue is that if we look at the recent 2019 Indian Time Use survey, there's the share of unpaid care work done in the household, it's disproportionately higher for women compared to their male counterparts, right? So these are some of the challenges that I think we should address and we should talk about. Now, let me come to what my research is about. Like broadly, through my research, I try to understand what kind of policy measures, like how one can design policy measures to shift these restrictive social norms, especially norms related to gender norms and norms related to caste discrimination. But today, the paper that I'm going to discuss about, it sort of tries to answer the question that can infrastructure development mitigate mobility and autonomy challenges through an improvement in autonomy and a reduction in gender-based violence. So my focus is on the when I say infrastructure, I focus on the reliability aspect of electrification at the community level. Now, let me discuss what I mean by reliability. Now, suppose there is a household which has an electricity connection, right? Grid connection, right? So, does this household have a connection? Yes. But that is the extensive margin, right? But at the intensive margin, we do not know through that connection, how many hours in a day that household is getting. So it could be the case that the connection is there, but maybe that household is getting only 1 or 2 hours per day, which makes like the connection absolutely like not useful. So in recent years, India like claims 100% electrification. But if we look at I'll show you two sets of maps. So the first set of maps, it's the nightlights map. It is in panel A. Panel A is from the year 2004, and panel B is from the year 2012. And this data is coming from NASA's DMSP wireless database. So if you compare panel A to panel B, you can see that panel B is brighter compared to panel A, right? So that means more households have been electrified like from 2004 to 2012. There are like electrification has increased. But the problem with this graph is that this is a snapshot, like one point of time. This is not like this does not capture like the hours of electricity that the households are getting. So for that, what I did is this data is coming from Indian Human Development Survey. Panel A is again 2004-5, panel B is 2011-12. So here what I did is I plotted the district level data on the average number of hours of electricity that the households are getting in that district. And if you compare again these two maps, there is not much change happening, right? So reliability of that connection has remained stagnant over the years, even though at the extensive margin electrification has increased, right? So with this, so the question that I try to answer is like how can community electrification, increasing the reliability of community electrification, can increase women's autonomy, mobility, and how it can reduce gender-based violence, right? So this is one table that I have put from the paper. I am not going into the details of the paper. The data is coming from, again, Indian Human Development Survey, and I'm using this four indicators of women's autonomy, starting from freedom of movement, which directly captures women's mobility. So we can see that with an increase in number of electricity hours, mobility of women increases, and also the value of their opinion in the household also increases, which means an increase in the decision-making power, which again is indicating towards an increased dignity. And also I have seen that like there is an increase in autonomy related to fertility choices, autonomy related to healthcare seeking behavior, in case of marital choices. And if you look at the seventh column, I have seen that like with an increase in reliability of electricity, the number of rape cases are going down in the locality. That means that gender-based violence is going down with electrification. And this is coming from very like basic argument, that is, if your area is more electrified, then it kind of, the street lights are better operational, and that increases the overall safety of the public spaces, right? And it makes it easier for women to stay out of their houses after dark, maybe to sort of for working late or for attending educational institutes or things like that. And another reason why reliability of electricity matters is that it not only operates at the household level, but increase in reliability of electricity, that means there will be an increase in overall economic activity in the community, right? So more paid employment opportunities will be created for women, which means again financial independence. And financial independence is, I think, it's one of the key determinants of dignity of women, dignity and autonomy of women. And the third reason I could think about is, and it's also there in the literature, that higher reliability of electricity facilitates opening of evening and night schools and libraries for women. So it increases the educational attainment for women and girls who cannot who are probably not being able to attend schools at the daytime because of their household responsibilities, right? So I have also seen this, of whatever I discussed so far, I have like empirical evidence on this. I have seen an increase in likelihood of paid employment of women, then increase in years of education, increase in awareness of women, because reliable connection, that means people will now like they will be exposed to mass medias like TVs, radios, and stuff like that. So increase in awareness, that is also another key to sort of increase in autonomy, mobility, and dignity. And okay, thanks. And also, I have seen a decrease in harassment perception. Like, this is a question that was there in IHDS, and this question was asked to the household heads. Like, they asked, do you think the young girls are harassed in the community? If they say yes, it takes value 1, and if they say no, then the variable takes value 0. So a decrease means a lower harassment perception, and that means that increased safety perception, right? So to sum up very quickly, and also I have to, okay. So this, through this research, basically the findings highlight the improvement in mobility and autonomy and safety coming from the infrastructural development, which translates into paid employment, right? And then if I very quickly talk about the last question that... Okay. 2 minutes, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, why do rural women struggle to exit agriculture, right? So, one of the main reasons, I think, is social norms and mobility restrictions. Again, because gender norms, they restrict women from leaving their homes and to sort of maybe to migrate to urban areas to get non-farm jobs. And also there is like a gap in the skill, like education and skill attainment, because if we look at the recent 2022 PLFS, only 4% of Indian women, they receive vocational or formal skill training, right? So that is, I think, another issue that we should talk about. And also, women have limited access to land and credit. So land issues we have already talked about in the last panel. So lower land access, and also because women, they don't have much physical and social collateral, they are often denied credit, and credit is very much important to sort of start a self-employment or to start a new business, right? So women struggle to get loans from banks and even from informal sources. So that is another issue. And another reason I could think of is that there are like in the non-farm sector, there are still gender wage gap between male and female workers, right? So it's like if one of the household members need to migrate, then it will be the male members, because they will be earning more in the informal labor market, right? So and the last issue is that and because of this, we often see that what is termed as feminization of agriculture, where male members of the household, they leave for non-farm works in the urban areas, and they leave women and children in their homes to sort of tackle agricultural activities to generate another sort of secondary stream of income. So yeah, that's all from my side. I hope I am on time, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Rikia. So I think we can move on to Khushbu now. Yeah. Thanks.
I hope I'm audible. Okay. Is it fine now? Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sudhir for inviting me to this panel. So I would start with this point that there is this point that the last couple of panels that happened, and this point was particularly missing, and it was about
about the heterogeneity among the category of women itself, right? So, and Dr. Sudhir also pointed it out towards the end of the discussion in the last panel. So we are perhaps mistaken in looking at women as a homogeneous category, and that question should be addressed not just in terms of the diversity, but also in terms of the hierarchies within the category of women itself. So when we look at the questions of work, or whether the question of dignity or mobility, those questions would have very different answers when we look at women from different sort of caste and religious categories and class categories. So that is the one point. Now, as far as my work is concerned, my work focuses on the politics and the politics and the sociology, and as well as the intimacies which are inherent in the intercaste marriages in North India, and I look at specifically in the context of state of Haryana. So I would like to address this question of work and women in the context of the intimate spaces in intercaste marriages by touching upon the 3 points. So my first point is on the question of how subversion at one site does not necessarily mean subversion at all the sites. And what do I mean by this? So during my fieldwork, I encountered a couple of women, particularly from the rural areas, and they said that we made this decision to marry outside our caste with the expectations that once I break out of, my caste, or I marry somebody outside my caste, I will also have this autonomy in terms of exercising, my rights within the, domestic setup as well as outside. So she actually wanted to subvert her norms of domesticity and the kind of burdens and restrictions that were imposed on her in her natal home. So when she left the household, she made this decision. She rebelled against her family and married somebody outside her caste. And what happens there? So there is this understanding, or there is this expectation then that in these alternative conjugal forms like intercaste marriages or interfaith marriages, there will be an equitable distribution of domestic work, there will be an equitable distribution of the care work that will happen, and women perhaps will have more sense of mobility. But does that happen? And in the couple of cases that I'm talking about, and in other cases as well, these norms were not subverted. So you rebel, you go against your family, you marry somebody outside your own caste, right? And you go and, you are sort of stuck in the same kind of domestic and labor patterns that happens in the normal kind of conjugal forms. And that is one point. The second point that I want to make is about the kind of mixed households. So after intercaste marriages happen, there is a kind of mixed household where you have a member who is coming into your family. So as a woman, you go to a family of a different caste, and if you are a scheduled caste woman, right? So there two things are happening simultaneously. One is that so there is a practice for untouchability that is happening in the sense that you are asked that you have to separate your kitchen from the main kitchen of the household, right? And the second thing, and this happens when your husband is coming from a so-called upper caste, right? So that would also include men from the so-called backward caste. It would also include men from the so-called forward or dominant caste. So there is a separation of the kitchen and also the sacred and so-called religious places. But the other thing that is also happening is that you are also overburdened with the domestic labor. So for example, if there are 3 daughter-in-laws in your house, 2 of them are coming from the same caste, but you are the one who is coming from a relatively marginalized caste. You will be asked to do more work as compared to the other daughter-in-laws. So this kind of things are also happening. The third thing that I would also like to focus on is the idea of labor in its emotional and psychological senses. So generally when we think of work or labor, we see it in solely in the physical terms, but labor is also sexual, it's also emotional, and it's also psychological. So, and in case of these kind of marriages, what is happening is that there is an added pressure on these women to make the marriage work, because you have actually, in some cases, the women have already eloped from their houses, they have rebelled against their family, and so you have actually no social support or familial support to fall back upon. So you have to make that marriage work, irrespective of whether there is intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, or there is an added burden of work. There is almost no sharing of the childcare. work, you have to make that marriage work. And the kind of double or triple burden that this kind of dynamics places on the women, especially from marginalized communities, it's immense, and there is no acknowledgement of that kind of emotional or psychological burden that goes into making the marriages work. So as it is difficult for women to leave abusive kind of marriages, but it becomes more difficult when you go into these kind of alternative conjugal forms. Now, just to answer to the the broader question that ma'am posed, how do we look at the changing role of women in Indian society in general and rural contexts in particular? So I think Rikia in her presentation talked about the gains that we have achieved over the years in terms of the role of women. But so it might be education, it might be in terms of mobility, access to the public spaces, access to social media. All those gains are there. But there are two things that we also have to keep in mind. One is this co-optation that is happening more so in contemporary times of these gains, which have come out of years and years of feminist movement. Co-optation by the other hegemonic forces. One of them is the neoliberal capitalism that actually that actually shapes this idea of agency in very autonomous individualistic terms. So I would just like to give an example of how the idea of bride price that was related to women's labor in the agrarian and rural context, it has been converted into this dominant norm of dowry, right? And now a time has come where women have started to ask their parents for dowry, that please give me this, please give me that, and this is presented as an agentic act on the part of woman that she is claiming things for herself. And this also comes from this fact that women are actually denied the ownership rights, ownership of land, ownership of things, ownership of houses, right? So these small acts of claiming from your parents that give me washing machine, give me a car, give me, I want this, designer dress, or so on and so forth, that are these kind of, things are presented as if they are acts of subversion, whereas they are actually, they are actually reinforcing the kind of gendered power hierarchies that exist in the society. The second thing is these dominant economic understandings, which they actually, there is this hypothesis that women's increasing role in the labor force, or as much as as soon as they start to earn, they have there is a higher chances that they will be able to escape these kind of abusive situations, or there will be lower chances of intimate partner or gender-based violence or domestic violence in their conjugal relationship. But when we look at the NFHS data, and everybody else was also saying about it, there are so many employed women as well who do not have the right over their own produce, their own salary. So there will be a Narega worker who will have to give her mazduri to her husband. There would be public employed women who would go back, she doesn't know how to use her ATM herself. So until and unless those cultural shifts happen which decide what is masculine work, what is feminine work, who is allowed to own what, and who is not allowed to own certain kind of properties, these kind of dynamics, I don't think they are going to change. And therefore, the last question about why do women find it difficult to leave agriculture? I think Rekia has laid out several reasons, but I think we also need to ask this question not just to the villages and to the rural areas, but also to the cities. What kind of alternative employment opportunities do cities offer? Do they have more dignified options in terms of women's employment opportunities, right? And the second thing is also that agriculture as it is seen as an extension of the domestic work. So the men actually have this privilege to exit if they want, even if there are no alternative opportunities available, or they want to diversify their sources of income. The first person to actually leave agriculture would be a man and not be a woman, because woman, as it is, she is tied to her domestic labor, right? And the last point that I want to make is also about what needs to be done to fast track these kind of gradual changes that are happening. So I think again I would come to my first point. We think that the question of intersectionality has to be addressed at last, or they can be reduced to the footnotes. But I would say that they should be the starting point. We will have to break out of this trope where we think that women are a homogeneous category. They are not. The idea of woman has been fractured by the their own social and class and economic identities. So that would be my response.
Thanks for keeping your time, and we can have the last speaker now. Srishti.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sudhir Sudhir for giving me this opportunity. So the first question is on the changing role of women in Indian society. So in this context, I would like to say that women in modern India, they have made a considerable progress in every sphere of life, but they are still intact in the deep-rooted patriarchal mindset of the society. And even the Indian Constitution has provided equal rights to men and women, but still there has not been a remarkable change in the status of women. So I would like to share something like I was reading a book by Chakrapani and S.V. Prasad, and there they have written a chapter on changing role of women, and they have mentioned the new roles which the women are adopting in the changing society, and also about the traditional role. So when it comes to this the new role, there is a sexual division of labor which operates in the society, and so basically they are burdened with lots of responsibilities, both the professional responsibilities and the family responsibilities, and so basically these two things confront each other, and it is very difficult for them to harmonize these two roles, and that puts women in a very confusing state. So in that case, women basically they consider the traditional role more over the new role, because in the confusing state it is always the men who are considered as the breadwinner of the society, and that's why these things happen. And to that it is very beautifully written in that book, which is the solution which is written on that. So basically the women role has been redefined in the society, so it is very important to redefine the roles of the family members as well, and before that it is also very important for women to recognize that domestic work is not the sole responsibility of women. Moving locating this argument in the rural areas, so in the rural areas the condition of women are more vulnerable, because they do not have this they do not buy the gadgets to make their work easy, and also they cannot do away with their work through the domestic labor, so that puts them in a more vulnerable condition. Secondly, as Khushbu said, that social background of the women should also be considered when we talk about the participation of women in the agriculture. I was reading an article by Ravi Srivastava, and he has pointed out that it is the scheduled tribe women and scheduled caste women who are more in the agricultural activities than the OBCs and than the other caste. And he also gave the reason behind that it is the poverty, and also the social taboo is not attached to their communities, and that's why they are coming into the agricultural field. Thirdly, it is also the low perception of women about themselves, which is also very important to point out, because they are involved in lots of activities which are directly related to the agriculture, but they are not paid in that. For instance, the taking care of the livestock and collecting fodder. So they take it as their responsibility, but they do not consider it as their work. thirdly, in the last panel also we have talked about land, but here I want to add some point here, that even the first point is that the inheritance practices in India is patrilineal. Important to understand, even if the women hold the land, do they participate in the decision making process which is related to the land? And also there are third reason, that even if they own the land, these are mainly in the dire circumstances. For instance, if the men of the family are not capable enough to participate in the activities, only then the women participate in that. So there is a feminization of agriculture, but is it really, do we need to celebrate this? Obviously no, because this keeps women in a very insecure and low-paid labor jobs. So my PhD topic, the second question is on the PhD. So the topic of my research is state political mobilization and caste, and there I'm looking into the comparative study of caste panchayats in Chhattisgarh. So I have written a chapter on caste and gender in my work. Although my work is not completely related to work and mobility in rural India, but it has focused on caste and gender. So I did my field work in Chhattisgarh, and I did interviews and surveys. So basically I've covered the members of the caste association as well as the leaders of the caste association. I'm studying the 5 caste and communities in my PhD, which is Gond, Halba, Kalar, Sahu and Satnamis. So in this chapter I'm tracing the differences which are there between the OBCs and scheduled caste communities in terms of their reasons for endorsing the caste associations. So caste associations in Chhattisgarh are operating like a caste panchayats, and these are the registered body. Caste associations are the registered bodies, but they are indulged in the social boycott practices, and there are separate laws, rules and regulations also, and these rules are related to marriage and feast for the dead ceremonies. There are 3 ways in which the actions are taken, which are economic punishment, social ostracization, permanent boycott, and also the boycott practices. Despite its illegal approach of the social boycott practices, these caste associations are existing in Chhattisgarh. It is very important to examine how these caste associations are getting legitimacy amongst the people. So caste associations basically provide various kinds of benefits to the people, and these are hostel facilities, community centers, emergency services, community marriages, easy and speedy justice, festival celebration, get together, financial help, raising concern with bureaucracy, and approaching politicians. Besides that, they are also indulged in promoting women in education, and also they arrange some kind of training programs. So moving to the question of the differences which are there in the OBCs and scheduled caste communities in endorsing the caste associations, I found out that in both the communities, the members basically said that it is very important for the unity and strength of the community. And but when I went deeper into it through my open-ended questions and my interviews, I found out that purity and pollution is attached to the OBC communities, while in the case of scheduled caste communities, it is the fear of abandonment, mistreatment and discrimination which is involved. By locating it in the larger context of the theme, so the decisions which are taken by these bodies are basically the elected members. And when I asked whether the women are the part of these bodies, then they said that women can contest the election, but I found out that women never won the elections. So these are my findings, and even the main functions of the caste associations are happen mainly in the urban areas. So even the main the main the main offices of this caste associations are located in the urban area. So there is a dominance of urban population over the rural areas. The third question is why the women are not able to exit or leave agriculture. I think it is their involvement in the domestic labor which become a major constant for them, and that's why they search the jobs in the nearby places. So agriculture becomes their priority in that case. The lack of education is also one thing, because in lots of work they require some kinds of vocational training or other things, and that becomes the second reason. The monetary investment is another reason, because they have the limited money, and men are considered as the breadwinner of the family, and that's why they are given priority for that. For instance, in the transportation facilities, if they have to pay 50 rupees, so they always considered that men should be prioritized in that matter. Okay, so lack of mobility is another reason. The safety of women concern is also here. Besides that, it is very important to understand whether the alternative employment is viable option for women or not, because if for instance the domestic labor activities, if they are uneducated, so in that case it is very it is a questionable thing whether it is a dignified job or not. And okay, so flexibility of timing is also there in the agricultural activities, so that's why women are involved more on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think we have like 3 papers sort of different from each other, but also interlinked, also because of the questions. And one question I think they all seem interested in is both the existence of norms, the desire to change it, but also somehow like the durability of it, right? Like, so that kind of contradiction, that it's interesting that came up in all the 3 papers, like, like whether it's infrastructural shifts, does that lead to change, like how do we understand autonomy or agency? How do we measure it, right? Or more intimate choices like marrying from a different caste, or, participating in political processes or not, or, how does that lead to, what forms of change does it lead to, or does it lead to change, right? Like in that fundamental level. And I was also thinking, like, it's interesting that we always seem to have a desire to do kind of linear plottings. We always think that things move for better, like that women are the progress narrative, right? Like that's the way we plot, like the movement, right? Like, but often what is very evident is that it's not so, it doesn't, that kind of linearity does not obtain. So often what you are struggling with is that at different slices of time, you are actually seeing women sort of also sometimes losing mobility. It's not only a question of, and also certain structures withdrawing further, right? Like, and how do women then negotiate with that, right? Like, I it's interesting again how much the structure of marriage came up in both your presentation, marriage almost as work. Like when you were saying, like within intercaste marriages, what kind of labor, psychological, emotional. So how do we understand, like if if many women are, it's that labor that is sustaining them and they have no other, economic means available, then what happens to the structure of marriage itself, right? Might be interesting to think about, like, whether it's, marriage that are interfaith, intercaste, but also marriage itself fundamentally, right? Like how do we unpack that, and the and also in structures like community association, like caste associations, right? Like it would be interesting to see, like because there seems to be both things happening. Like you're saying that they might be reinforcing certain structures, but they might also be functioning as support structures, right? Like, so what are the negotiations within that, you said that women don't become elected members, but what other ways do they participate in, right? Like, and what can we understand through that, right? About how this particular kind of ways in which women are trying to deal with changing structures, both economic, sociological, political, right? Like, what is the centrality of that when you think through the lens of gender? So it might be interesting to hear more about that. And I was also thinking about your presentation, the first one, about categories of measuring, right? Like, because we are starting with certain ideas about what is agency, what is autonomy, right? Like, how do we how do you trouble that, right? Like, is electrification immediately leading to certain shifts? How so, right? Like, or are there contradictions? Does it always happen in the same fashion? Because again, I think especially around safety discourses, there's a certain emphasis on kind of certain measures, right? Like, which are often measures that are like infrastructural, right? Like, but what does it actually amount to, and what other things would have to operate along with that to then make us think about conceptions of autonomy differently, or like, would you have to? And I was also interested in the context you were working with, so it would be interesting to hear, because one was Chhattisgarh, the other was Haryana, so I was also wondering about a little more details about the context, right? Yeah, but then maybe if there are more questions, we could take that also. We have some time, so if you all want to respond to this, and then we can open it up. That might work. Yeah, maybe we can quickly do that, and then we can put it up.
Yeah, so as for the measuring of autonomy, I'm following the framework that was laid out by the famous 1999 paper of Naila Kabir. The three dimensions of autonomy, like resources, agency, and achievement. So all the indicators that I have, and I also have some data restrictions because I'm using Indian Human Development Survey, it is a panel data. The first wave was in 2004-05 and the second wave was in 2011-12. So that is almost more than a decade ago. The third wave is about to come out, but we don't know when. For the context, it's a pan-India study because IHDS is a pan-India survey. So I'm not focusing on any particular area. For the time frame that you asked about, so basically it ranges from, since it's a panel data again, it ranges from 2004-05 to 2011-12. I don't have any data to look at it after that. In fact, in the paper, I have also tried to do it in a slightly different way. So what I did is I combined the NFHs, which was in 2019 to 21, with a survey called Indian Residential Energy Survey that was conducted in 2020. So I took the thing is, in IHDS you have both the variables on electrification and women's outcomes. So I didn't need any other data sets. But for the second thing that I'm talking about, I took the women's autonomy questions from NFHs and I took the electrification questions from Indian Residential Energy Survey, and I tried to combine them together at district level, and I tried to see if the results actually hold in the recent context, and they actually do hold. So yeah.
There's enough time. Let them both respond, and uske baad we can.
Yeah, so for me, I think it was more of a suggestion or a clarification that you sought about, that I need to think about what is happening to the institution of marriage itself, right? So that is well taken, but I would also like to, present before all of you this idea of how the expectation of intercaste marriage give you this, vision of an alternative kind of emancipated kind of, or a more egalitarian kind of a marital union. So when I interviewed almost all the couples, I interviewed the husband and the wife separately. So when I asked the husband, how do you divide the household labor, or who takes the important decision in your homes regarding child's education, or if you have to buy a property, or so the majority of the men responded that both of us discuss it and then we take it. But when I asked their wives what is happening there, they are like, so some of them, just a couple of them, they said that we discuss it. But majority of them said that, oh, but it's men's work, isn't it? That they have to decide what has to be done. Why should we bother with it? Or this is how it happens, or this is how it should happen. So those sort of things are also happening. So this also forces us to think that so we need to also rethink about the emancipatory potential of marriage as an institution itself. Our alternative conjugal forms are in fact alternative in that sense.
Looking caste association through the lens of gender. So in my survey, I've asked one question, do you get any kind of benefits from the caste associations? And these questions are asked from the women specifically. And most of them responded that educations and training programs are organized by the caste associations. And this is a kind of very helpful things for them. And also my fieldwork is in the urban spaces, that women are also very fond of this kind of kitty parties and these kitty parties are organized by these caste associations to mobilize them. And about the regressive measures which are adopted by the caste association, which is social boycott. So in my fieldwork, most of the respondents are female, and I have found out that their responses are very similar to the men, and I think they have internalized that this kind of practices are there, and this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks all three of you. Let's open it up if there are questions from the audience.
This one is from Rikia. So in the graph, if I have seen, okay. Okay, I'm Sagar.
Introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Sagar, PhD first year CITD. Okay, so is there some kind of contraceptive use? Yeah, contraceptive use. So what line of reasoning do you use to relate these two? The electricity use and contraceptive use. And one from Khushbu. So you have mentioned about several trends and several processes that happens when intercaste marriage. So can you talk about is there some changing trend, or it is somewhat stable over the years?
Myself Saloni and I'm from CPS. My question is open, any one of you can answer. In one of the presentation, it's talk about that maternity leave is a positive concept. But I think that even if the current amendment 2017, that they increase the weeks of maternity leave. But the assumption behind that of the employers that after childbirth, women are not capable enough, or their time got divided. So is genuinely a maternity leave a positive way forward? Please throw some light on that.
Thank you everyone for your presentation. I have lots of questions, and my name is Namrata. I am from Center for Women's Studies doing PhD there. So from Rikia, when I saw the presentation, there was some data that there are a lot of women who don't want to or are not able to migrate because of patriarchal norms. So I had a question around that what kind of, first of all, migrant women is also not a homogeneous category, but why would women, I was thinking on the line that is there really a dignity in migrating? Because we are talking about dignity, what kind of dignified work are they getting here so that they would aspire to migrate at all? And even if they are migrating here, those who have already migrated because they didn't have any option, are they able to even afford a dignified housing condition, living condition? Is that also not the reason for not opting migration? If you think about that. And there is a lot of literature on housing segregation, spatial segregation, the kind of gender-based violence even rural women who are migrating to urban spaces they are facing because they are living on the margins of the cities. Why would any woman would want to migrate? And that difference between male and women female migration, can that be a reason? And then there was a lot of, it's open question, there was again the OBC versus SC and ST thing going on. I just wanted to understand that when we look at OBC as a category, again it's not homogeneous, it's very broad. Muslim, Sikh, all the religions are under OBC. But using OBC synonymously as or just like a dominant caste, is that justified? Because with change in region, dominant caste also change, and the relation with land to that particular caste is very important to look at it. And in Khushbu's presentation, when you were talking about, you talked about a lot of things. I was interested in knowing that when you talk about women getting married in intercaste, interfaith, whatever situations, who are these women? Because I was interested in looking at little bit of data or maybe the case study that are these, what kind of caste relations are these? Because I didn't hear a lot about like general category or upper caste, because I'm just making, there are a lot of category problems there. But are these women getting SC women who are getting married to dominant caste or OBC caste or upper caste? And then what kind of situations are happening and what negotiations are they doing? And what kind of power differences are there? And I also had a question about SC, ST women. Again, where you use it's like SC is again synonymous to ST. It's not like that. Because the kind of work opportunity and nature of work that SC women are employed in is very different than kind of work ST women are doing. And I am not even touching the other categories, SC and ST, which is DNT and nomadic tribes. I'm not looking at it. I know that data is not available, but you have to look into it. Because SC women's nature of work is very different than ST women nature of work. And even if they are in domestic work, the precarity of ST women is different than SC women. So these are just like, I'm throwing question, you don't have to answer all of that.
Hi, thanks for that very interesting session. So I have two questions. So Rikia, I was just wondering what sense you made of, some of these trends. Like on the one hand, your IHTS data set, many other longitudinal studies, panel data sets, they show that, there's been an increase in agency, autonomy, mobility of women. So all these are, and all of these, we can consider them to be positives, right? And then at the same time, simultaneously, parallelly, you have the NFHS data, which is showing that there's been an increase in the violence against women, right? So how do we make sense? So, you find this paradoxical? How do we make sense of some of these? Because, you're also looking at various data sets, combining them together, and so on and so forth. And I had one, question, remark for Khushbu. So, I was just wondering that, why is it that we have an expectation that, intercaste marriages will be more gender egalitarian, right? Patriarchy is there, patriarchy is an institution, right? So, yeah, it's just your thoughts on that. Thank you.
So I have question to Khushbu, and actually my question lines to these two questions. Okay, I'm Anuprabha Gupta from CPS. So lines to these two questions that to specify the caste you are talking about, the lower caste you are talking about, and also you are talking about that you have interviewed or studied both husbands and the women in the family. So we have seen that when the woman is not working, their economic status depends on their husband's earnings. So have you studied about even the woman from like the daughter-in-law is from lower caste, you have said, is meant to work more in the house when she is from lower caste. So does the husband's earning affects her like household works and affects her dignity in the household, or rather in society? Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think that's. You have one more question. Yeah, yeah.
Hello,
Quick,
ma'am.
yeah.
I have.
You have, okay. So there are two more questions. Yeah.
Thanks. Rikia, one question to you is, when you showed the maps in terms of prevalence of the electricity over two different time these things, does it include because it doesn't necessarily have to be household electrification, right? It could be industry, it could be roads, it could be other public spaces which have been electrified. And the question of women's safety, if we talk about particularly, not necessarily has to be as a determinant of household specific electrification, but more of the public spaces being electrified as their work hours extends beyond the daylight hours. So just a quick response on that if you can, please. Thank you.
That's it? Yeah.
Hello. Myself Tinku Jangral. I am PhD second year student. I want to ask question to Khushbu Didi. Your presentation was quite interesting, and you talked about that when the Dalit woman married to a upper caste person, then she has to face double burden. That firstly she has to prepare food in another kitchen, and secondly she has to face the double burden or the other things in the family. I want to ask a question that when a so-called upper caste woman married to a Dalit person, does she face these kind of issues or she gets some kind of relaxation in these things?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, a lot of questions, but first I'll begin with Sagar's question. So, what has changed in context of intercaste marriages over the years? So, I would say two things. One is the relative acceptability of intercaste marriages over the years, which in context of Haryana also comes from the fact that there is a skewed sex ratio, as I think Shamsher also talked about in at the last panel. So, there is this relative acceptability of certain forms of intercaste marriages in context of Haryana, and again, because of that kind of relative acceptability, the condition of women has also in general, and her relations with her in-laws and in the conjugal family has also improved. The other thing is also there is a generational shift. So again, the gains which have been made by the increasing mobility of women in the public spaces, or more employment opportunities, or more education, and it has become easier for the couple to move out of their conjugal homes and to set up a separate household for themselves, where there is some possibility of bargaining and some possibility of equitable distribution of domestic responsibilities. So in that sense, there is of course a generational shift, but I cannot say that it's like a revolutionary shift in the sense that there is absolutely egalitarian kind of division of labor that is happening in these kind of alternative conjugal forms. Then coming to Namrata's question, who are these women who are getting married? So in my study, I'm looking at all kinds of permutations and combinations. Also, so basically, I'm looking at caste hypergamy, yes, but also what is happening within these so-called bureaucratic and administrative categories. So also so there is backward caste A category, backward caste B category. What is happening there? Then what is happening within scheduled caste? So in Haryana, we have 3 scheduled caste communities: Chamar, Valmiki, and Dhanak. So what is happening there? And it is no surprise that again the kind of understanding we have of caste as a kind of graded inequality. There are practices of untouchability that the so-called relatively privileged communities within the SC category practice against the relatively marginalized women when they marry upwards. So those things are there, and and again I would link it to Tinku's question also: what happens if a woman marries down? So if a woman from a so-called Savarna caste, not so-called but Savarna caste, she marries somebody from a scheduled caste community, In the two cases that I looked at, the couple moved out of the house. And the man just justified it, saying that, she was not feeling well there because of the kind of locality. So it was a gate-wise locality, so she was not feeling well. And again, there was another thing about the food practices. So she was not happy with the fact that non-veg was being cooked in our house, and so basically we had to move out of our home. Then also. Yeah, Anuprabha's question about does the husband's earning affects the status of wife within the conjugal house? It does to some degree, but again, it is also very contextual as to what trumps what. So there are cases where the caste of the woman has actually played a more significant role in deciding what kind of labor she does within the household. So, and there are a couple of cases where if the son is the only earning member in that family, so yeah, that has somehow compelled the in-laws to treat their daughter-in-law relatively in better terms. But again, a lot needs to be done there. And Amrita ma'am's question about why this expectation. So I would also say that so much of it also comes from a history of anti-caste movement, where there is this understanding that okay, inter-caste marriage perhaps is a very important way. It can be not. Again, I would also say that it's not a sufficient condition for so-called annihilation of caste, but it's a necessary condition, of course. So that kind of expectation comes from that history also. So there is this idea of alternative conjugal forms in ideas like Satya Shodhak marriages or self-respect marriages, whereas there is this understanding that comes with the fact that if you subvert caste norms, that also means that somehow you would also be subverting the hierarchical gender norms. So yeah.
Okay, I think there are a lot of questions. So I think the first question was about how contraceptive use is linked to electrification, right? To sort of answer that, so contraceptive use is linked to education and awareness, right? So and electrification, again, it's not a direct impact on contraceptive use, but the argument is like electrification will increase the educational attainment of women on the one hand, and on the other hand, it will increase the awareness of women, as I was talking about, through more exposure to mass medias. And through these two channels, it can actually improve contraceptive use, which is a measurement of autonomy related to fertility behavior. Then the next question was about maternity leave. You asked probably is it a positive change or not? I think, and you mentioned that the underlying assumption is that women are not capable enough to join the labor force after the child delivery. But, it's a fact that women, they need more time to recover from childbirth compared to her husband, like compared to her male counterpart. So I think the maternity leave policy is just a recognition of that fact that women, they are different from men, and they do need more time to recover. And what this maternity leave policy does is it very simply allows women to take their time and recover, and then again rejoin the labor force, right? So I hope that answers your question. And to answer Namrata's question about the dignity in migration, I think to answer that, I would say that I agree that women are migrating to urban areas. They're being forced to live in the slums where the living conditions are really, really bad. But I think it's all about choice, right? Here the idea is if they are migrating, if they want to migrate, they should be able to migrate, and there should not be any patriarchal norms that can restrict them from migrating. So it's all about choice. If they want to migrate, they should be able to migrate. So it is their decision to make, right? So that is a very short answer, but I'll move to Amrita ma'am's question about the violence data from IHDS and NFHS. So the number of rape cases that I have shown, that data is not from, I forgot to mention that data is not from IHDS. That data is coming from NCRB data at district level. So that is mostly like rape is like not in intra-household crime, right? And in NFHS we generally measure domestic violence. So these are like two different kinds. So I'm not focusing on domestic violence here. I'm not talking about domestic violence. I'm just talking about like outside household crimes only. And to answer, sir, your question, does the electrification include anything other than household electricity? No, because in IHDS, the variable that I'm taking is average number of hours of electricity that a household gets. So it's a household level data that I'm taking. And if we're talking about safety in public spaces, because like I agree that like the street lights and everything, they do not fall under household electrification, but I don't really have any data to measure the outside household electrification. So and also like there is a spillover, right? So suppose a household puts a lamp outside their house to sort of like for the safety of their own members, but it has a spillover effect, right? Anyone that takes that route will benefit from that particular electrification, improvement in electrification. So yeah, and I'm also taking the community average so that like to sort of account for the spillover, I'm not focusing on household electrification per se. My X variable, the treatment variable, is the average number of hours in a community that the households get. So that's all. Thank you.
The question on OBC as a homogeneous category. So I completely agree with Namrata that it is not a homogeneous category, and but I would like to highlight the condition of Telis and Kalar in Chhattisgarh. Telis, the Sahus are not very politically dominant in Chhattisgarh, and also when we look into the dominant caste of OBC, it is the Kurmi, which are very politically dominant and also economically dominant. And at the lower level, for the election of Sarpanch and this thing, so they are coming into the power. Regarding the Kalars, they are also not very politically dominant, but they are economically dominant in Chhattisgarh. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we're well on time. Yeah, so that's great. Thanks all of you for raising all these questions. Lots to think with. Thanks a lot. Yeah, thank you. Yes, tea. Please go for tea. And I think the next session is 4:30. Yeah, 4:30. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thank you.
Ministry of Agriculture, and he has plays instrumental role in many policy formulations. Sir, it's a privilege having you here with us. Thank you very much. And we have 3 panelists today, but I would hand over the mic to Shinnandu Kumarji to introduce all the panelists, and you may please begin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir. You're not tired, are you? Anyway, we have 3 brilliant panelists. I'm sure they'll keep you engaged and occupied. We have Rudrani Bhattacharya, Associate Professor, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. We have Deepa Sinha. Deepa, of course, changes her hats very often. Currently visiting Professor, Asim Premji University, Bangalore, and Soundarya Iyer, Associate Professor, School of Liberal Arts and Sciences, RV University, Bangalore. We're slightly behind schedule, but doesn't matter because I don't have too much to say. I don't really know much about this subject. So I must confess that my only job probably would be timekeeping. And I really don't have a speech either to make to you because I came primarily to listen, because when Ajay told me that this is happening and I happen to be here on another assignment, I said I would like to listen to this because I have some vague concepts in my own mind, not clear enough to spell them out. So I would request about 20 minutes each. Is that good enough for you? Yeah. I would start with Rudrani Bhattacharya to make her remarks, and when all of them finish with their opening remarks, we could have some discussion in the form of either questions or some comments, maybe, depending on the time. So Rudrani first.
Thank you.
Use this mic.
If you want, you can speak from there also, or here also.
So, we are in this session, we are here to discuss what are the specific steps or the policies that government have taken for the empowerment of the rural women, and whether those are sufficient or not. So as I work in public finance and policies of the government, so we come up with many sort of different types of schemes that government have introduced to empower the rural women. So many of these that used to be mainly for the women centric, in the sense that it was either to increase their livelihood or to increase their income, but whether that enables them to take a decision or take a decision on their resources they have, that is one prime question. So for a couple of years back, the government policies have started to towards shifting from women centric to women led development. There can be questions that whether those schemes are adequate or not. Obviously, in our social structure and all, a few schemes cannot be adequate to have a total change in the social structure. But some of the schemes, like so we all know about the direct benefit transfers, which is like the direct transfer of income to the account of marginalized women. That's not only rural, that also happens for the urban women also. But along with that, so a direct transfer, the decision on the amount that is coming to the account, that may not be entirely in the hand of the person who is entitled to, and the male persons can have some decisions to play on that. So to have a create the decision making power within the women. So there are different schemes like Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana. So that works for giving a small scale microfinance to self-help group of women, where they create a group, they want to make some sort of rural entrepreneurship, and they uses that microcredit, and they are collectively they have to take the decision, and they collectively they are responsible for handling that fund. So that gives a sort of a training to how to take the decision about resources and all. Secondly, now for past for the 23-24 budget, there were schemes like there are centers in the rural areas where they create a platform for the rural women to interact and exchange information. They get information. So even to empower yourself, for anybody, not only women but anybody, male, women, any case, you need information. Without information, without access to information, you cannot empower yourself. So that works as a platform for access to information. And thirdly, there are some centers where it is there is a effort to provide legal advice or legal support to the the women who are having a problem domestically and something like that. So these are some schemes that and also now the credit are easily available for the entrepreneur the enterprises which are led by the women, rural women. And so this type of lot of umbrella schemes and all. But whether that are adequate or not, whether that is the thinking, whether the government's thought of channelizing the power structure to women is in the correct path or not, that will have a discussion with the from the others talk in this session. So I would like to stop with this here.
Okay, Deepa.
Thank you. Thank you to Sudhir and Amrita for inviting me, and it's been quite an intense day, and we've heard a lot of things around women and work and dignity in the rural areas. I will repeat a little bit in the beginning just to set the context of what Professor Ritu Diwan has already said in the morning, but I think it's important before we get into the policies to remind ourselves of policies for whom and in what context are we speaking about this. So even before we get into women's employment, the first thing I think is the issue of jobless growth and the kind of economic model that we are currently sort of following, which might result in growth. The growth data, that's a whole different issue about GDP and how it's measured and what's included, what is not, and the changes methodology there and so on. But is it creating jobs? On that, the verdict is quite clear. And not just in the case of India. Across the world, there is a crisis of the kind of economic growth that is taking place currently, not creating jobs. The Indian data also quite clearly shows from the 90s onwards that every percentage of growth, that is economic growth that is taking place, the number of additional jobs that it creates is actually declining continuously, to a situation where I think Ritu only calls it job loss growth now, not jobless growth, but job loss growth. So that is the larger context. So when we're talking about women and employment for women, it's also about where is the employment, where are the jobs, what are the kind of jobs that are available, and then within that, how much can women get an equitable share with dignity and so on. So I'm not going into the larger employment problem, but I think it is important for us to remind ourselves that this is the larger context in which we are speaking. And therefore, there is a serious limitation to addressing the women's employment problem only as a supply side issue. I mean, in economics, that labor supply issues would be that the woman is supplying her labor. So things like age at marriage or the marriage penalty or care burden and all this, which are very important, but also that even if all those are resolved, there are no jobs for women. At the same time, if there are jobs, can women access them equitably? No, because there are all these other kind of burdens that women have to face, particularly unpaid work, but within unpaid work, unpaid domestic work and care work. So when we think about policy, we need to think about both of this. On the one hand, on how do we encourage women participating in the labor market in an equitable manner, but at the same time, what meaning does it hold when overall the number of jobs are not new jobs are not being created on the one hand, and on the other that agriculture itself is also not doing very well in the sense that it's not very remunerative yet. And that again, Shipra also showed us data about how there is this reverse migration and the structural transformation which we normally saw across the world, where as economic growth and progress happened, that the share of agriculture comes down in employment and non-agricultural jobs are created. Now, that is where we also see quite starkly this gender difference in the labor market, where most women in the labor force currently are concentrated in rural, of course, and rural labor force is higher, are in agriculture. But within agriculture also, it is not as if the gender gaps do not exist. One gap that we already discussed about, and it has serious policy implications, is the recognition of women as farmers to begin with. So the 2007 National Policy of Farmers, and I think somebody mentioned it, Shipra Dev mentioned it in the morning session, that the National Policy on Farmers, Swaminathan, recommended that everyone who's engaged in agriculture must be recognized as a farmer. So that would include an agricultural laborer, whether you have a land title or not. So whether you're a tenant farmer, whether you're an agricultural laborer, even forest cultivation, gathering forest products, all this by that definition would be considered farmers. And this has very severe implications because, like we've been hearing, about 3/4 of women's labor force in the rural areas is in agriculture right now. They are in that helper, a large section of them are in the helper category, but land ownership is only about 13 to 14% among women. So all the programs that exist for farmers, which are currently designed in a manner where the farmer is the one who has the land title, then excludes a large number of women who are actually doing agricultural work. And it excludes them not just from the APMC mandis like we were talking about, but also in terms of access to credit, in terms of even access to the PM Kisan, which is a meager cash transfer which is given to farmers. But even there, despite, of course, the PM Kisan scheme itself says that I think 33% of the recipients should be women. But there are some studies that have been done recently. Makam, the Mahila Kisan Adhikar Manch, has collected some data which shows that there seems to be a systematic discrimination here as well. If you look at the coverage of PM Kisan, then amongst male land title holders, the coverage is higher than amongst female. So even amongst those who own land, there is a discrimination. There is already issues in terms of, even though women are doing the farming, they are not able to negotiate the tenancy contracts, for instance. They cannot, they don't have access to the input markets, they don't have access to the output markets, they don't have access to the credit markets, but they are doing all the work. So one big area, of course, in agriculture is giving this recognition to women as farmers with this intention of then linking women to all the various agriculture support services that are there, recognizing that women are doing most of the farming work in the country. Just one more data point I wanted to share here is from the PLFS again, that if we look at the average gross earnings from self-employment in rural areas between 2018 and 2023. So PLFS now collects this earnings and wage data. So in self-employment, 2018-19 average female rural areas was 4,200 rupees. 23-24 is 4,900 rupees. So in real terms, it's actually a decline. It's not as if men are earning much better, but relative to women, they are. So 2018-19, 9,400, 23-24, 13,900. So there is a slight increase even in real terms. But in the case of women, the earnings is actually a decline. So if we put this together with everything we've been hearing since morning, that while there is an increase in female labor force participation, where do you see the increase? It is in self-employment, within self-employment in the unpaid helper category. And if you look at in self-employment, what is happening to women's earnings, it's actually coming down. So this whole thing of this increasing women's labor force participation and therefore that reflecting rural prosperity is clearly a falsehood. Every other data is showing that quality of life in terms of incomes, particularly for women, actually is going down. So that also raises this question of, I think, sorry, again, I'm repeating, Professor Diwan raised in the morning on this whole idea of empowerment and this understanding that if it's not just prosperity, right, that this increasing numbers of women in the labor force is being automatically conflated to women being more empowered. So what do we understand by women's empowerment? Is this kind of participation in the labor market empowering at all? Are also questions that need to be asked. Another sort of data point before I move on to the policies is the time use data, of which there has been a second round recently. Just a few weeks back, this Time Use 2024 data, the press release has been put out. For those who are not familiar, time use data is usually understood to better capture women's work because it does not go with predefined categories of what is employment, what is work, and so on. It is just recording with a 24-hour recall period for all members of the household, everything they did in half-an-hour slots. And then you are classifying them into economic activity, non-economic activity, paid, unpaid, and so on. So the general expectation is that the time use data would capture women's work much better than the labor force surveys, where it is asked, in both cases, it's asked to the whoever is available, usually the male, but where in the employment surveys, there is this major time criterion, and the question is, are you working? Is the woman working? And usually, even if she is, most of the work that women do is not considered work and so is not reported. But in the case of time use, because you're just asking what did you do between 4:30 to 5, then what did you do between 5 to 5:30, you would expect that this will capture the work being done by men, women, everybody equally well, better. So the time use data, firstly, I will not give you numbers for 2019 and 24 separately because it hardly shows any change. So that again is a puzzle, and I think it's a policy question also on data, because there is a lot of discussion on data when it comes to women's employment recently. If you look at the previous economic survey and also recent statements by the Minister of Labour, one thing that the government is saying is what feminist economists in this country have been saying forever, which is that all women work and all work that women do should be recognized. At the same time, I don't think any feminist economist said that then put every work of women in one category and say now all women are working, so all women are empowered and we don't have to do anything, which is where we seem to be heading towards. So this whole thing about let's recognize women's work, and if we count everything that women are doing, then seriously, there is no problem of women's work in this country, because it is true that everybody works. So if you look at the time use data as well, from the most recent is only available like very broad figures, but for 2019, where you can look at it for those in the working age population, it clearly shows that whether they are seen to be in the labor force or not by the labor survey kind of questions, over 93%, I think it is, women participate in what is called unpaid domestic activities. Right? Unpaid domestic activities is different from unpaid caregiving activities. Unpaid domestic activities includes things like the Code 92-93 we were talking about in the morning, cooking, cleaning, various kind of household activities which keeps the household running, which keeps everybody else ready to participate in education or employment or whatever else it is that they are doing. So most women in this country, whether they are in employment or not, do this. And the amount of time that women spend on this kind of work is quite a bit. It's about 6 hours that women spend on cooking, cleaning, kind of activities which do not fall into marketable activities or economic activity. So if it's 6 hours a day she's spending doing this, and then how much time does she have left really to participate in any kind of full-time employment is the question. And why is this important? This is important because then when you look at policy from a gendered lens, one sees that even basic like infrastructure policy, whether there's drinking water, something that we discussed, tap drinking water in the household, access to LPG cylinders, all of this reduces that time that is spent on these unpaid activities. Of course, there has to be better sharing of the activities within the household, but overall, so much time also should not be spent on these kind of things. And how can one reduce the burden of these unpaid domestic activities is really by these simple kind of social infrastructure, that you have an LPG cylinder, that you have tap drinking water, you have pressure cookers, you have refrigerators ideally, maybe you have community kitchens. All of these that would reduce that burden in the household. So one whole set of policy initiatives that would be required to enable women to participate in the labor force when jobs are available is to reduce the burden of unpaid domestic work, which is, like I said, quite significant. And the official time use surveys show that now quite clearly. And like somebody said, there is no I think you said it, there's no fun in drudgerous work, right? So, and this is drudgery very clearly. So reducing that drudgery is one huge sort of component on which women spend a lot of time. And there is no dignity in a lot of this work because it's not even recognized as work. It is something that is taken for granted that women have to do. So water, electricity, pressure cooker, even pakka houses. For instance, time use, if you just run a simple correlation or even do a regression controlling for many things, you see that women who live in kacha houses spend more time on unpaid activities because obviously just maintaining that house is so much work. You have to do that lipai every week. But if you're living in a pakka house, then you don't have to do that. So all of this adds, and that's where the heterogeneities within women also comes. And therefore, this kind of work burden is much more on women from poorer backgrounds who don't have access to resources and so on, because they have to do all of this themselves. Then there is a whole set of caregiving activities that women do, which also pose barriers for women to participate in the labor market. And caregiving, the most, what comes to our mind immediately and what everybody relates to is childcare. But there's care of other people that women do there is elderly care, there's disabled care, somebody falls sick, an older child falls sick, the woman can't go for work, somebody has to be in the house. So what are the kind of services that are required for reducing the caregiving burden is the whole second set of, I think, policies which need to be looked at as women's employment policies as well. So maternity entitlements has already been sort of discussed. In India, we have the Maternity Benefits Act, which is quite progressive because it gives 26 weeks of paid leave. But who does it give that leave to? It gives that leave to only women who work in the organized sector, which is less than 5% of women in the labor force. Less than 40% of women are in the labor force to begin with. Amongst them, only about 5% work in the organized sector. For the rest, what exists? What currently exists is something called the Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana, which gives 5,000 rupees per pregnant woman, which is supposed to be a wage compensation. So that obviously one can see the gap there. 5,000 rupees for a whole pregnancy is not going to keep the woman away from work. But if one actually sees this as a substitute to the maternity entitlement in the formal sector, then this has to be wage linked, and there are many issues related to this. Some states have better maternity entitlements, like Tamil Nadu, for instance, gives 18,000 rupees as the cash entitlement, along with certain other benefits for health and nutrition and so on. I will come back to this later if we have a second round and if there's time, because I think there is also the question which was asked in the note on the direct benefit transfers. I think this is also relevant there, that not all cash transfers are the same, and we have to discuss that as well. There are certain things I am not for direct benefit transfers with no reason, because there are dangers of them replacing all these services that I'm mentioning. At the same time, there are some things, given the nature of the labor market currently, can probably only be delivered in the form of cash, like maternity benefits for women in the informal sector, like old age pensions for those who worked in the informal sector and did not have an identified employer. So that also needs to be more nuanced. But maternity entitlements, childcare, creches, all of these are severely lacking in our country. We have a Palna creche scheme which aims to reach 17,000 creches in the size of India. That's really nothing. We have 14 lakh Anganwadi centers. That means we will need at least as many creches if children under 3 are to be taken care of. So there is this set of caregiving services which needs to be there. And while that is there, along with it, I think linking to the question that came in the earlier session on maternity entitlements, it's also important that these laws are made gender neutral. So that this discrimination doesn't happen, that employers stop employing women, because if you employ women, you have to open a creche. But the creche entitlement can very well be gender neutral and can say that if there are X number of employees, then a creche should be there, which is what it is after the recent 2017 amendment in the Maternity Benefit Act. So there are ways in which this can be done. Again, I'm running through, and there are many country examples where these can be made in a way. Even maternity entitlements can become parental entitlements, can become entitlements in a way where there is no bias against employing women. Another set of policies is where all of these barriers that women face when they have to access the labor market, which we've been talking about since morning, transport, safety, these are also very important. So even something like a free bus scheme is not a freebie. and there are some now anecdotal evidences in Delhi, in Karnataka, that because this bus has become free and that 5 rupees she does not have to pay, there are more women who are able to access better quality jobs. So it might not reflect in higher female labor force participation, but a woman who was earlier looking for a job only in walking distance is now able to look for a job slightly further away because she doesn't have to pay for the bus. And because the bus is free, there are more women in the bus, so the bus has also become a safer space. So that is something that she can take. So many of these sort of policies that also would help women participate. I think I have 2-3 minutes more at the time. Another whole set of area which has been mentioned since morning, which I do want to talk about in this context of dignity as well, and women in work in rural areas, is women employed by the state. And that, I think, has quite significant effects, not only for women who are employed by the state, but also what the labor market then means for women, because it kind of sets a floor. Who am I talking about? I'm mainly talking about Ashas, Anganwadi workers. These are the two big cadres, but now you have a whole list. I just, before this session, there's some, of course, that I can remember. Pashu Didi, Nyay Didi, Swachhata Didi, various, Drone Didi. There are some Sakhis also. And all women are Didis and Sakhis, of course. There are Matas also, yeah. There are some Matas, Palna Didi, Poshan Sakhi, various. And all these women, many of them, at least I can talk to you about Anganwadi and Asha because I've done a lot of work on them, with them, work at least 6 hours a day, sometimes longer, have educational qualifications that they have to meet like any job would have reporting things that they have to satisfy. Many registers, now the registers have been replaced by apps, but all kinds of data that they have to collect, and very important work that they have to do. Taking care of children, following up with tuberculosis patients to ensure that they're taking their tablets, accompanying women to the health center so that they can deliver. But all these women are not even considered employees by the governments. They are honorary workers or volunteers, often paid less than minimum wages. Now in many states they are paid minimum wages, but not paid what a regular government employee would be paid. And where is this coming from? What is the work that these women are doing? All the initial kind of activities that these women did were precisely these caregiving, domestic kind of activities, which in the gender segregation of occupation fell into things that women do in the house for free in any case. So if you look at the Anganwadi, the underlying understanding there is women take care of her child, now she can take care of 10 other children, what's the big deal? Or women take care of old people, they can take care of some other old people. Women cook in their homes, they can go to the school and cook for some more children. But that, when you're doing it for your child and you're going out, it's not the same thing, number one. And that even when you're doing it for your child, you're doing it with love, but it's also work. Both of this needs to be recognized. And because it is not, when these activities get into the market or are provided by the state, they are undervalued and underpaid. And because they are underpaid, the general floor wage of women itself tends to be lower. And then even men who are in these sectors tend to be paid lower. And so if we are talking about dignity, I think also from a rights perspective, it would be first the responsibility of the state to not employ people, men or women, they do it much more with women, where there is no dignity of labor, where it is where you're working, but you're not recognized as a worker, you're not recognized as an employee. So I think that's a huge section, and it's not small. Just Anganwadi workers, helpers, Ashas and midday meal workers, helpers together are about 1 crore women in this country. And then if we add this whole new category, like I was just saying, I just asked ChatGPT, can you give me a list of honorary voluntary workers employed by central and state governments in this country? That list is just going on. So you can all read it. I give you some names. And this is become the norm now. So if you say you can't do DBT because bank branches are far away, how will women go and take them? Okay, let's have banking correspondents. Who will be the banking correspondents? Honorary workers. Or why don't we ask Ashas to do that also? You have to do some X survey. This data is very important. We need it. Who will do it? Asha worker ko bol do. At most, if somebody then raises saying, no, she's already overworked, you can't make her do so much, okay, let's give her a 20 rupee incentive for the data that she collects. You know, it's like this free labor that is available there, and you can use them for all kinds of things. And that, I think, is something that's quite crucial, and we need to look at that. And we need many, many more such women and men to be employed in public services to do everything else that I started off with. So if we have to expand transport, we have to expand childcare services, we have to expand all kinds of other services, then that would actually create more jobs as well. I'm nowhere saying that the employment problem can be solved by the government employing everybody, but at the same time, there is a huge potential for more employment to be created by the government, which not only will give jobs to the people they are employing, but which would also have a multiplier effect, because these are people on the front line, they consume most of what they earn. It also has positive effects on human development, improving skill outcomes, health outcomes, and so on, which can contribute to women being more employable. One just story I want to give you, in a way, it's a saddish story, but at least now I have a clear example for when we say why these things are important for employment. I was recently in Gujarat. We are doing a study speaking to young women in rural areas, trying to see what are the opportunities available for them outside agriculture and what are they doing. And then we met this group of young women who are working in various automobile industries in Halol near Godhra. And there's MG there, there's Honda there, and they're actually having these job fairs and recruiting these young women, like 19, 20, 21. One of the conditions in these employment, of course, they're all like 10th pass, 12th pass, is that every 6 months they do a hemoglobin test. And if your HB is less than 10, then you're asked to go home, take rest, eat well, and come back. Why are they doing this? I'm not blaming the company at all. Then we ask them, okay, what is it? What is your job? You have to stand 8 hours factory floor. It's a regular factory floor job. You have to stand, you have to be able to do it. And clearly the employers discovered that most girls here are anemic, and if we employ them, they're not able to do this. So obviously for the response of the owner or the company is to say then, okay, then we will not employ women who are anemic. But just to make this connection in our heads, and therefore investment in human development is actually investment in, even if we want this GDP-led kind of growth, there is a limit to that if we do not invest in our people. And when we invest in our people also, we create jobs. Who do we create jobs for? We create jobs a lot for women across the world with public services. Most who are employed are women. I'll just end with one more thing, that everything I'm saying might be sounding like impossible and oh my God, how much money do you want the government to spend? Which is why I made all this case of how it is an investment, but also want to say, in the end, because it's what I'm working on currently, that in 1938, there was a committee set up by the National Planning Committee, which was on the women's role in the planned economy. It was a subcommittee. In that report, they are talking about each of the aspects that I've talked about today. And women who led this country to freedom, if you look at the composition of that committee, they were all women who were leaders of the national movement, imagined this to be independence for women of this country. That when the country becomes independent, and they keep saying, when we become independent, we'll have a planned economy, all this will not be a problem, because there will be creches, there will be a right to leisure, there will be community kitchens, somebody else will be cooking for everybody, and they will be paid very well. So it's not something that I'm cooking up like with a few activist friends of mine. This was something that was presented as a vision for this country 75 years back. And we have not really attained that. And unless we do that, what dignity do we talk of for women? I'll come. Thanks.
Well, that's a long list for you. So I think a lot of interesting points, interesting suggestions, maybe some perspectives that we have not even looked at. Thank you, Deepa. I think that was really a very eye-opening set of remarks.
It's the most difficult task to be the last speaker of the day. However, it's my privilege to be here on this podium in JNU. Many thanks to Dr. Sudhir and also to Dr. Amrita for this invitation. It's impossible to not repeat what has already been said, because so many distinguished speakers have spoken before me, and I have little to add. So let me see, what else that I can say. But there is bound to be some repetition. So we were asked to reflect on what are the emerging policy paradigms, such as, say, the direct benefit transfer scheme, for instance. Are they leading to women's empowerment? And here again, The answer is, of course, that if these direct benefit transfers, and in many cases, in the case of Karnataka, where I work, I did my PhD in the state of Karnataka, and more recently I've been working on the states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu on women's work. So if you look at the direct benefit transfer scheme, say a fertilizer subsidy, which is given through a direct benefit transfer scheme, it is invariably linked to land ownership. So as all the speakers before me have said, the figures on land ownership, say for the state of Karnataka, is not even as high as 13%. It's something like 3.7% of women owning land in the state of Karnataka, as per the IHDS 2011-12 survey. And the opposing statistic, which you've already heard throughout the day, is that about 76% of the women are employed in agriculture, right? So there are a very large number of workers in agriculture, even as compared to men, very high number of women, what we call feminization of agriculture. But on the other hand, they don't have ownership to land. So many of these schemes are actually, in a sense, inaccessible to women, right? So that's so in a sense, the direct benefit transfer scheme is introduced to eliminate intermediaries, right, in the system. But if you're trying to eliminate intermediaries, you still have intermediaries remaining if a woman is a farmer, because her husband is likely to be able to access the direct benefit transfer and not her. So the intermediaries remain. So I was just thinking maybe to look at a policy and to see whether it really adheres to frameworks of gender justice. One can think of using Nancy Fraser's theory of justice, which consists of 3 pillars or 3 R's. One is, of course, redistribution of resources and opportunities, and this could include public goods, services, water. It could include productive resources like land and other resources we've been talking about, social protection, a lot of which Professor Deepa Sinha has already covered. We could also think about representation, which is, are women represented in decision-making fora, and again there the numbers are very low. And the third R is recognition, and I think some of the speakers before me also spoke about this. Do we recognize different bodies, right? So women, something that I've been working on is to look at women's work through the life course, right? How does it change as women go through different phases of their lives? And women are uniquely different as compared to men, right? They have a phase where they are of childbearing age, they are bound to be out of the labor force for a period of time, and then they re-enter the labor force. So do we recognize, is the policy actually recognizing this difference? And as Professor Deepa Sinha said, maternity benefits, that's one way in which you can do it, but of course it only recognizes workers in the organized sector and leaves out a large 86% of our workers are in the informal sector, leaves out most of these workers. Different workers of different ages, genders, different life stages require different policies. So all of these, maybe this is a framework that can be used to evaluate a policy and whether this policy actually meets these 3 R's of gender justice, of redistribution, representation, and recognition. Now on what alternative policy frameworks can be offered for women's empowerment, I'm in agreement with almost everything that the speakers before me have said today. Since I've worked I'm currently teaching in an environmental science department in the School of Liberal Arts and Sciences. So let me bring in a little bit of the environmental component. So since I've also worked a little bit on climate change adaptation in the rural context, I think an important and emerging area in the rural context that must be spoken about that requires policy attention is also heat stress. The number of days in this country and the number of, in fact, I was looking at a heat map of the country and states of the country which are experiencing over 40 degrees Celsius. And the number of days they're experiencing over 40 degrees Celsius is on the rise in the whole of the country. There's actually very little geography left where you don't see 40 plus temperatures in the country, right? In places like Delhi, of course, it's very, very common. But today, even in Bangalore, we experience 40 degrees Celsius in the state of Karnataka as well. So heat stress is something, given that women are, irrespective of the measurement issues, whether women are being counted as workers, what kind of work they're doing, whether they're in unpaid work, care work, or in paid work, women are experiencing, they are outdoors, they're indoors, and in both of these arenas, they're experiencing heat stress. Let's take women workers in rural areas. They are working outdoors on the farms. Agriculture is feminized, so you find most operations are being handled by women in many states of the country. They are experiencing heat outdoors, even in the non-farm work that they do, and non-farm, the opportunities for non-farm work for women in India is actually very, very low. So non-farm work, in fact, I reviewed a book on women and work in India by the Foundation of Agrarian Studies, published a couple of years ago. And they classified the section on non-farm work as the workers employed in Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, because that is one big area where women are working in rural India, but they're not actually in agriculture, but they're working in non-farm work. And the other area is what Professor Deepa Sinha already mentioned, which is voluntary workers and scheme workers, which employ a large number of women workers. Now, both of these are actually non-farm activities that women are engaged in. Both of these are outdoors, right? And as already mentioned, ASHA workers, the accredited social health activists, are going door to door and carrying out surveys for over 6 to 8 hours a day. They probably have their own farms, their own family farms, and they're also working on their farms as well as carrying out this voluntary work. So they are spending a very large amount of time outdoors in the heat. So all of these are spaces where rural women experience extreme heat. Rural women also experience extreme heat indoors. And of course, I don't need to say this because there's so much debate at least in the climate space, there's a lot of debate on the kind of cook stuffs that women use, right? And that exposes them to poor air quality. They're exposed to also heat at very close quarters, right, within the home. The housing quality, the kind of housing that people have, if it's an aluminum sheet roof house, it is actually exacerbating the temperatures within the home. So indoor heat is experienced within the household. A lot of initiatives, policy initiatives, are actually geared towards housing related indoor heat strategies. But what I'm seeing is that there's very little focus on workspaces, right? So there is indoor heat experienced by, say, garment workers in a small garment unit, which may have a aluminum sheet roof. So these are situations where, so in the Tirupur-Coimbatore region, where we were, during the COVID pandemic, we were carrying out interviews with men and women. Women are employed in power looms, they're employed in garment factories, hosiery factories, and they are, a whole set of garment units. And in all of these, there are extremely exploitative conditions. And I think some of these have been brought up by speakers earlier today. Workers are not allowed to take restroom breaks, right? And which means that women are actually hydrating much less. You're having very little water because you don't have the opportunity to even use the toilet. Which in the context of heat is actually a very bad strategy. It exacerbates heat-related illnesses. Now, the reason I'm talking about occupational health today is because we have a large number of workers in the informal sector. There is no occupational health nursing in India in the context of these workers. Our surveys don't capture many occupational health diseases. So the NSSO captures the kind of work people do, but we don't know the kind of diseases that they get because of the work that they do. The National Family and Health Surveys capture the kind of diseases people have, but that doesn't link up to what work they actually do. So on both sides, you have a gap in terms of what is the work people do and how does that make them worse off for some diseases, right? So, for instance, we can eventually, what we end up with, the data that we have on the impact of these issues at work is the kind of life expectancy people have at the end of their life. How long are they actually living? And we can clearly observe that the life expectancy data, if you look at it caste-wise, Dalits have a lower life expectancy than the upper castes, right, than higher caste individuals. Now, migrant workers too are particularly vulnerable because let me give you the example of Karnataka, where in the Mandya Mysore belt, sugarcane, there is a lot of the Kaveri river has been dammed, and there is water is available, so people have shifted in the last 50-60 years have shifted to sugarcane cultivation. But a lot of the harvesting of this sugarcane is not carried out by local workers anymore. Migrant workers from poorer parts of Karnataka, from the northern districts of Gulbarga, Raichur, Yadgir, which are extremely poor, many of these are landless workers, travel to the southern districts of the villages in these districts of Mandya, Ramnagara and other places. And they spend nearly 6 to 8 months going from village to village, farm to farm, harvesting the sugarcane on these farms. These are gangs of migrant workers, men, women, children, all of them are migrating. They're all on the go. And they are living in tarpaulin sheet, tents on the farms, carrying out the work and moving as they carry out the work. So all of this really exposes them to heat stress even much more, right? So this is something I wanted to raise. So we have seen in some of the fieldwork in Tamil Nadu context too, where government, the Tirupur-Coimbatore region has the government sector. We have seen several diseases, and the nature of heat-related illness is such that it exacerbates any underlying conditions you may have. So if you have a respiratory illness, you have hypertension, you have any other disease, it is exacerbated by heat, and many people die because of those reasons, but it won't even get recorded as a heat-related death. It would be recorded as a death because of hypertension or something else. So we found cases where there is respiratory illness. These are also fine cotton-producing, fine dust-producing industries where there's a lot of cotton flying in the air. So respiratory illnesses are very, very common, wheezing and other kinds of things in the mills of Tamil Nadu. These are exacerbated by excessive indoor heat, where there is no ventilation. One of our respondents said, imagine an entire transformer's heat coming into the mill. It was like that, right? So you're experiencing that as you're sitting and working. There are infectious diseases like tuberculosis and others, which are there, right? And in these villages, among the men, for instance, and these workers are working in the same factories. They're working in very close spaces with low ventilation, which also exacerbates the spread of infectious diseases. Now, during COVID-19 too, and we were there during the pandemic, we saw that many of them said that we know we have to wear a mask, but it's impossible to wear a mask in the heat, and Tamil Nadu really gets hot. So one of them said that in a power loom worker said, the heat from wearing a mask is unbearable because the ambience of the power loom is already sultry. It's extremely hot and sweaty. Over and above all of this, women also face reproductive health issues. And this is, in fact, becomes a reason for mothers-in-law to prevent their daughters-in-law from working in many of these industries. We had some older women tell us that, let my daughter-in-law have her children and then she can work, because PCOS is very common, polycystic ovarian syndrome, all of these, and she will have fertility issues. So women face reproductive health issues, infertility, stillbirth, irregular menstruation, polycystic ovarian syndrome, all of these owing to the work that they do in the garment factories. The production requirements are very high, the timelines are very tight, they don't even get restroom breaks. So all of that really makes working very, very stressful. And finally, I thought on the question of rural dignity, and I thought for a while about this, because in the context of, and the question that was posed was, how can workers attain rural dignity in the context of agrarian distress and livelihood precarities, right, that they are already experiencing. I guess you could look at rural dignity in multiple ways. And one way would be, and some of the speakers before me have said this, you want to reduce the drudgery of women workers, and technology is one of the ways to reduce drudgery in, reduce the manual aspect of work. That can afford dignity to disadvantaged workers. However, in the rural context, whatever studies we have seen, and Barbara Harris-White's study on the post-harvest rice systems in India, and what we have seen is that when technology is introduced, typically it disadvantages women. Technology is gendered, men end up taking up the work, and it actually displaces women from those tasks. So maybe technology is not the right, I don't know, in what context maybe we have to look at it contextually, in what context it can actually lead to dignity. Amrita already mentioned Amit Bhaduri's book Development with Dignity, published by the National Book Trust right in the morning. Amit Bhaduri there, he argues that you can achieve development with dignity with full employment, and that employment has to also confer a decent living wage. It can't be, the kind of 2 or 3 hours of work that many of Indian workers are doing in a day. This is, of course, far from reality. And I'll just give you a couple of instances from the field. During the COVID pandemic, when we were in rural Tamil Nadu, we met a woman. I was quite stunned. She was a MSc in physics in this village in Tamil Nadu, and she had been working as a teacher in a school. Yeah. She had been working as a teacher, but she quit her job, and she was back. And this is a dominant caste Gounder woman. She was back to her farm and helping her husband growing gourds on the farm, and looking after her children, dropping them from school and back, and things like that. And she said, and I was like, what happened? And I think the COVID pandemic also reduced the income that teachers were getting. So her income was something like 8,000 rupees per month. And she said, I can earn better if I support the family farm, right? It really doesn't make sense for me to be employed outside, right? I'm actually disrupting the family. There's nobody to look after the children, and the income is so low, right? So this is something that I wanted to talk about. In our work on skills in agriculture, and this is from Karnataka, there too we find that women have very few opportunities to gain new skills in agriculture. We were curious to learn how is it that people are getting skilled in agriculture, both men and women, and we find that men have various opportunities, right? They can pick up certain jobs, and they can learn, they can make friends in other factories and learn from other people, whereas women, because they are restricted within the village, they have actually very few opportunities to upskill themselves within agriculture and to learn new skills. A lot of the skilling that's taking place is happening intergenerationally. Mothers teach their daughters, and obviously this is gendered because they are teaching daughters how to look after the domestic sphere and look after livestock and cattle, which are associated with the domestic sphere. Of course, as Dr. Sudhir said earlier in the day, we have to look at a caste differentiated perspective, look at not just women as one category, but as a disaggregated category. And here I think it's actually, if you're thinking of dignity, rural dignity, a caste perspective again becomes extremely important. The question we could ask is, let's look at, are Dalit women actually, what is the status of Dalit women? If their status is improving, we can say that there is scope for rural dignity, right? If I can quote Dr. Ambedkar, he said, he used a term and he said that ours is a fight for Manusaki. And this is a Marathi word, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. The word means human dignity or humanity, right? So we see, of course, Dalits, both in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, accessing various avenues, or trying at least to access various avenues of education, government jobs, non-farm work. Some of them are returning to agriculture and buying land, and that's a way of, gaining dignity in the village setup. migration. All of these are various strategies where we find Dalit men and women trying to break free from caste-based oppression in agriculture. But most of these opportunities are available primarily to men. So if you look at what are the opportunities for Dalit women, right, and what is it that they can do, I have one example of a woman, of a Dalit woman who was working earlier on a dominant caste farm in Karnataka, transplanting paddy. Her son got a government job in the police, and he told his mother that I don't want you to work anymore on the Vokaliga, the Gauda's farm. So she retreated from the workforce. And then we see in our interview, we learned that she rejoined the workforce when there was a private corporation which came in. So we have a Namdhari very close to the village, which began some precision agriculture. And they required labor to actually do some of the cross breeding. I'm just done. So this is one example where she re-entered the work, and she saw herself as a skilled worker because she was working with she was doing a skilled job. She was proud of it. She was also not working under a dominant caste landowner. So that was one instance that we saw where there was a case where a Dalit woman actually experienced a change in her job which can be seen as dignified. But in most cases, that's actually not the norm. So with these remarks, I'm very thankful for this opportunity.
Thank you. We can take a few questions very quickly. Anyone with a pressing question? Yes? Lady at the back. Either you can come forward and speak, or is there a mic that is...
The question that I have is, so when we talk about improving work conditions for rural women from policy perspective and getting insights from such wonderful speakers since morning, I was wondering that as much as I could identify, there are two main problems with the policies. One is the thinking of the planners itself is patriarchal. For example, we spoke about the schemes of calling like various sakhis. So we are trying to tap the readily available labor for doing all kinds of work without any legitimate remuneration. Second example, we could take of Ashas and Anganwadis. We overburden them so much, and this is coming from policymakers, right? Second main problem that I could identify is of implementation. We have so many policies for women and to improve their work condition, but let's take example of creche scheme or PM Kisan. So there are so much implementation gaps. So at this point, I was wondering, like, what should be done from policy perspective to tackle these two problems? Because we can keep coming with more policies to improve the situation of women, but how will we tackle this patriarchal thinking of policymakers, with no offense here, and implementation problem? And sorry, I didn't give my introduction. I'm Pooja. I'm from Shiv Nadar University.
Okay. So somebody at the back. I'll come back to you. There were two of them in the back, then Sudhir.
Myself Saloni, and I'm from CPS. My first question is from Rudrani ma'am. When we talk about the women, apart from agriculture, when they want to do some small scale activities, the self-employment, the main hindrances they face, the formal financial institutions, they can't get the credits. How should we ensure that, because there are NGOs, there are self-help group, but may not be that beneficial. Now my second question is from Professor Deepa Sinha ma'am. You talk about maternity leave. What's your take on the paternity leave to lessen the burden on women?
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Neha, and my question is to Professor Saundarya Iyer. Maybe because I feel that your comments were cut short due to the lack of the time. The last observation you made that worker, or let's say a Dalit women worker working on a dominant caste's field felt that there's no dignity in her work, while the same worker working, let's say under a cooperative society or something like that, felt that she is a more dignified worker. I do not get that paradox. That is it the societal understanding of the caste hierarchy that makes her believe that her work is not dignified? How do you see that shift? Was that only one example, or did it come again in your reading and you were not able to complete your comments because lack of time? Thank you.
Okay. Sudhir, you wanted to say? You can answer all of them together, otherwise.
So thank you so much. Thanks to all the panelists. I have a question which is actually relates to what Deepa said and what Saundarya also said in the end. When Saundarya was talking about technology, she made a very interesting comment when she said that technology tends to replace women from many aspects. And this relates to the point which I want to ask actually Deepa, that don't you think the same danger is with the cash benefit transfers? That because when women are getting some cash while being at home, it would be seen that, okay, you don't need to really go out and do anything because you are being paid in any case. And that becomes a real major hindrance in women's mobility. In fact, that was one of the idea, behind having this concept of mobility in this seminar, that do DBT schemes are likely to replace women from certain jobs, common spaces, or do they actually empower them? Is cash the way out, or do we need to really think of an alternative ways of looking at DBT itself? Not replacing DBT, but rethinking about the same mechanism. Thank you.
Somebody had a question there. After that question, I'm going into answers. Then we'll see what time we have left.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. My name is Vivas, and I'm from Sibnada University. Sir, my question might sound be hypothetical, but though I
go ahead with your question, even if it is hypothetical.
cannot stop myself to ask this question. So, we have seen that all the women's dignities are suppressed by the patriarchal social norms. So, how do we effectively dismantle the deeply ingrained patriarchal social norms that continues to restrict women's access to power, resources, and decision-making roles? Thank you.
Good question. Who wants to go first? Would you like to start, Rudrali, so that that was a single question on finances?
So that's well, this session was mainly for the empowering rural women, as I was told. So it's I was pointing out to policies like there are the microfinance schemes which give apart from it can be many off-farm jobs also, non-farm jobs, non-farm entrepreneurship also that women can get. But if you want to think in terms of general, not just in terms of the rural women, any women any woman that wants to become an entrepreneur or something, so that there is a mudra loan for that, for small amount of loans. The problem you are actually pointing out is not it's just not linked to the women, but it's linked to our the structure of our financial market, which is called the it's not a perfect financial market. So there are even in any men and even the men, they want to do with small resources, they want to do some business or something, it will be difficult for them to get credit because they will require a collateral. banks will not give formal finance without collateral. So that is there. So that is for both, that applies for both men and women. But for particularly for small entrepreneurship and all, government has introduced a mudra loan system, where the small amount of, without any collateral, it can be, and there are lots of schemes under MSMEs which doesn't require whether the entrepreneur is a male or a female. So under those MSME schemes also, there easy credit are given, particularly after the COVID. So that's there. So those schemes are there for to help out. But I am saying, with the kind of population we have, with the problems we have, is these schemes are not adequate, and also it's figuring out the correct person, or whether the person who wants actually that is able to access it or not. Those issues are always there, but that's irrespective of the gender. That's I would like to say.
Next, yeah, we'll get Deepa in the end. Okay.
So the question on so with the Dalit women and men too in the Mandya region, they, at least in the 1960s and 70s, they were expected to clean the cattle sheds of the dominant caste houses, carry the dung out from these places, all of this for free. I mean, I don't think they were even paid very much for many of these tasks. Aside of agricultural laborers, they're doing the work on the farms, again at low wages, many issues of sexual exploitation, as well as Professor Ritu Diwan mentioned in the morning. So all of these have actually, I find something very interesting happening in the Mandya region with Dalits, which is quite different from what is happening in Tamil Nadu, for instance. In the Mandya region, we have Dalits are taking to education in a very rapid way. If you look at the number of years of schooling that an average Dalit has taken, and I've carried out a survey in my PhD, it is in many cases it's higher than what an average dominant caste farm household where the children would study, because many of the dominant castes, they enter into agriculture very quickly. So they do very few years of schooling and they enter into agriculture. They have land. Whereas in the case of Dalits, they don't have access to as much access to land. In many cases, they're landless too, which means that they're spending longer in education. In our latest study in 2020, we have women who are studying in Mysore. There are Dalit women studying in Mysore University doing their masters. So very, really taking up higher education. So I think also what is happening, and this is a case of a 45-year-old woman that I was talking about. She used to transplant paddy all through her life, and she continues to do work with paddy. Only now she's working with hybrid varieties of paddy. They're doing crosses in the Namdhari Precision Agriculture Farm. Namdhari has leased some farms, and they're actually doing this precision agriculture there. And she has a fixed timing. She goes in the morning, comes in the evening, which is again, I think, new for many rural workers. They could be actually summoned by a dominant caste landowner at any time for any kind of task, for many errands too. So that is the new. She has timings. She has better wages too, as compared to rural agricultural wages in these. So I think all of these contribute to her feeling that I've upskilled. I'm doing something which is a skilled job. She's illiterate, but she has learned how to label and pack and put them into cartons and things like that. So those aspects of the work she has actually picked up. So some of that was actually fascinating. In Tamil Nadu, although the situation is quite different, there are hamlets which have only Dalits, where sometimes the schools are actually not even functional. There are no teachers, no students, children are not coming to the school, and even the situation with education is quite quite dismal there. So I wouldn't generalize these findings, but at least in the Mysore Mandya region, I think there is a shift that is taking place. Thank you.
All the other questions.
I won't go in the order of the questions, but we'll try and cover all of them. On the issue of paternity leave that somebody had asked, I think it's great. That's what I was trying to say, that there should be gender neutral policies, but I would still add a caveat here, multiple. First, let's also think a little bit of the logic behind the maternity leave for 6 months. Is not only about the woman having to recover. Actually, women do not need 6 months to recover from a normal pregnancy. The idea of 6 months and the demand for 6 months comes from the recommendation that children require exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months, and that is why you have the Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana in the National Food Security Act, right? As one of the entitlements for the breastfed child, because that is the only food for the child. Now, there are many issues here. I'm nowhere saying that every woman should be compelled to exclusively breastfeed. But at the same time, it becomes the responsibility of the state to create an enabling environment for the woman to breastfeed if she so chooses to do. Today, they're not able to exclusively breastfeed in many cases because they have to get back to work. But say because I had my children when I was working in the university, I had 6 months off. So if I chose to, I could sit at home and feed them for 6 months, not feeding anything else. And that is something that should be available for every woman. There is also something called the child care leave, which a very small privileged section of women in this country get. Again, something a woman like I was eligible for, which was up to 2 years for taking care of a child till the child is 18 years. Firstly, I don't think that much is required, but great. I mean, there should be overall care leave. It doesn't have to be only child. It can be your parent is sick, somebody else's. That leave, I think, should be gender neutral. Anybody can. Beyond breastfeeding, there is nothing that only a mother can do and the father cannot. And even breastfeeding, if we get to a situation where there are refrigerators and cold chains and women can pump and leave the milk and get the father to feed, great. We're not there yet. This did come up. Paternity leave, of course, there is also the question of, in the kind of milieu that we are in currently, will it be misused? But I think these things, this is what I think not the current minister, but previous minister's response was when this did come up in the parliament, that men will take the leave and sit at home and do nothing, which is quite likely. But again, it's a question of chicken and the egg. You have to start somewhere and you have to make men responsible. This could be a way in which that can be done. But I think overall the principle of the cost of the maternity leave not having to be borne by the woman herself is something that is important. Because when it gets linked to her employment and the entire burden is on her employer, then there are the other labor market effects that you see where there are biases against employing women. So we need to come up with mechanisms. Many countries have these. Many countries have tax-funded maternity benefits and other ways in which this happens, where it does not directly implicate the employer, because of which the woman's employment prospects could be affected, but they pay through other mechanisms, irrespective of how many women they employ. Thank you, Sudhir, for asking that question, because I didn't get the time to speak about it. Technology, yes, is gendered, and I think it can be used in a gender-friendly manner as well. And in agriculture, we do see it. The more recent technology that's come into agriculture is actually replacing women's labor. But on the issue of cash transfers, similarly, therefore, I think it's not cash transfers or not. It is what is the basic minimum set of interventions that the state has to do to protect the basic minimum rights that people have, and what is the best instrument for each of these. So certain things I think is very clear that the better instrument is in kind and in direct provision of public services, because there are things where markets fail, where there are equity considerations, where leaving it to the private sector, even if you give a lot of money, will not work, like running primary schools or universities or primary health centers. And so on. But like I was saying, there's certain things where the best instrument could be cash, like old age pensions for, say, agriculture labor. How are they supposed to sustain in their old age, because they work their entire life as casual labor without one fixed employer, and they don't have pension funds, so where do they get this from? But the kind of DBTs that are currently being, which you mentioned in your note as well, which is in the name of women, and in some states with the language of recognizing women's housework, and this was also an old debate on the wages for housework, there I think it is a bit problematic because of multiple reasons. One, and this is not, there is a lot of debate even amongst feminists on this, but I think personally that giving wages for housework is sort of saying that housework should always be done by women. You give them now money and let them keep continuing that kind of drudgery work, and that I don't think is correct. And one has to look at how we can reduce housework first and then redistribute it. Second, the bigger concern for me in the Indian context today is that given the limits that we have on how much expenditure the state is willing to make on the social sector and things like this, as we have more and more of these sort of schemes, where will it be cut? It will not be cut in your 8-lane highway. The fund will be cut from your school and your primary health center and from the supplementary nutrition and so on, which I think is quite damaging, because if we look at long-term impact of each of these, particularly from a gender point of view, what you're doing is shifting responsibility entirely to the household and the private shoulders, and now we're giving you money, now you go figure out. And that I think is really a danger behind this. The third question that's coming up now, which is that do women or men work less because they're getting free grain and because they're getting this cash? I don't think that is really the case, because firstly, the amount of cash being given is really small. I mean, even in the states where they're giving the higher amounts, around 3,000 rupees, I think. That in current prices and wage rates is not something that would probably keep people away from working. And I mean, let's face it, there are so many demands on income, and that is not enough to meet anything. So I don't think that is really valid. There is not much, these are new, so there is no empirical evidence yet, but from what we can see in the field and what our experiences, and this is something that was, this kind of argument was also given for the PDS and even the school meals, where they said that because school mein khana mil raha hai, people will not eat at home. Like it would replace the food, or that because they're getting these 35 kgs of free grains, people will stop working, or even Narega, they said will make people lazy. None of this really happened. So I don't think that's a big concern either. I think the biggest concern for me is that it shifts responsibility of providing services from the state to the private citizen, and also shifts the money, resources away from direct provision of services to this. And this we know will remain, it's not inflation indexed, it will just go on like this. And the way politics happens, as long as the 3,000 doesn't become 2,500, it's fine. So even after 10 years, it will be 3,000. Like we have the National Old Age Pension Scheme, which was the central contribution increased from 75 rupees to 200 rupees in 2009, I think. It's still 200 rupees, 16 years later. So that is what I think will happen, and that is my problem with the DBT. There was one, sorry.
Oh, sorry, sure.
Sorry, there were two questions on patriarchy and smashing patriarchy. I just want to say that one thing is, it's great that there's so many men in this room. Normally on this topic, the women are speaking, women are listening. That we have men, young men itself, I think you show us the light, and I hope you will smash patriarchy. But just wanted to add that it's not only patriarchy we are talking about, it's also capitalism that we are talking about. It's a combination of patriarchy under neoliberal capitalism which results in everything that we are discussing.
Well, I don't have too many things to say, so don't worry, I don't have a long speech. So I asked Ajay Jakhar, what should I speak in this session? He said, you really don't have to speak much, give us a few stories. And that is what he does to me every time I go to his seminar. So I have to invent stories sometimes. But these are real stories that I have, about 2 of them or 3 of them maybe. The first relates to feminization of agriculture. When we realize that, more and more women are getting into agriculture because the men are going and working in cities, we thought we need to look at the machinery that people use in fields. So the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University is one of the better ones, designed a weeding machine. They call it a Kono weeder, whatever name. So I went to see it. I said, fine, this machine looks good. It's one man can push it, or one person can push it, etc. There was a young girl who was doing MSc in agriculture. I said, yaar, chala ke dikhao. She couldn't push it. So I told the head of the department, what is this that we have done? We have created a machine that the girl cannot operate because it's too hard. You have to really push it hard to take the weed out. So the thinking about feminization of agriculture has to be, okay, who is going to use it? How are we going to make it easier to do it? Is she going to be able to do it without too much effort? These questions are never asked. And this, once it happens at the design stage, then it gets mass produced and then it's in the market. So that's one story. The second story is from the National Dairy Development Board. When we went there, when I went there, I realized that there aren't enough women members in many of the dairy cooperatives. So I kind of appealed to people, but nothing happened. So I said, look, unless you increase your women members by 10%, I'm holding back all your subsidies. That works. That works very quickly. So we pushed it up. And initially, a lot of opposition saying that they will occupy board positions, they'll want to be chairman, they'll want to be secretary and all that. I said, look, anyway, they milk the cows. They go early morning, probably late in the evening, winter, summer, rain, shine, whatever. They do that. Many of them even bring it to the society. Why don't you make them the members? Now, my argument was very simple. That if you are a member of the society, the money that is paid for as the value of milk goes into the account of the member. That makes the difference. It's not that she wants to be secretary or chairman. Her bank account starts swelling and she can sort of use it for multiple purposes that she would like to have. So in one of the seminars in Delhi, and most intellectuals gather in Delhi, people outside Delhi are slightly lesser human beings. So somebody said, you are expanding your cooperatives. The lady has just 2 cows. She just about gets 5 liters of milk. She's selling most of it. What happens to the nutrition of her own children? Good question. So I said, okay, I don't have an answer, so let me go and find this out. So I went to somewhere between Hardoi and Barabanki, one of these women who had 2 cows. So I asked her, आपने ये society में join कर लिया, आपका membership हो गया, you are getting the money, what will you do? And the answer is a very revealing answer. What do you think was the answer? The answer was, मैं अपनी लड़की को English medium school में भेजूंगी. She had a son. But what she said was extremely interesting for me, because that's what the ambition levels are. So I think it's extremely important to capture these moments in your policy planning. Deepa, you are right that sometimes we miss them. Now I will only give one more example and stop there. I come from Kerala, where Kudumbashri is a success story. How is it that we don't have enough women organizations which are very business oriented and are able to demand better things from the state? I mean, that's something to ponder about for society too. This is not government's job, even though Kerala government did a lot of proactive stuff in terms of creating that Kudumbashri organization. And the government even now goes out of the way to create more spaces for them. For instance, the canteen in the Ernakulam railway station is run by Kudumbashri. So that's how you make people, go up the value chain. The one example I would like to mention here, and I was just checking with Deepa whether I'm right or not, or maybe I forgot, was that when we were writing the National Food Security Act, we struggled to get in one line, which is that the ration card will be in the name of the lady of the house. That is empowerment. I think the next stage to me is, can we get land titles and house titles jointly in the name of the man and the woman, or the husband and wife? Is that possible under large? Because ultimately what you're saying is that many of it falls because the title is not there. Is it possible to do it? If, okay, I see a problem, but wherever there is a government money going into any program, whether it's a land subsidy, a agriculture subsidy, or a housing subsidy, whatever, that is a mandate. Otherwise, you don't get the subsidy. So I think at least some movement will take the 13 might become 23, but that's still progress. So I would stop there and thank you very much for being very patient listeners. And I thank all of you. I think the insights that you provided were extremely valuable. Now I will hand over to Sudhir and Amrita for the closing part of this seminar. Thank you very much.
Right, thanks. Thank you so much, Dr. Nankumar and all the panelists for a very, very rich session. And so we've had, a very packed day full of deliberation, very rich deliberation. And I feel fairly content that, we generally managed to address the three things that I spoke about in the morning. One is this whole, countering the discourse on rural prosperity, which has emerged suddenly. And I think we did cover fair ground on issues of employment and dignity. So I'm not even going to endeavor to summarize any of the sessions and so on. So what I want to do very quickly is to take inspiration from, your CPS tradition and highlight the problematization of some of the select themes that have emerged from today's discussion. So the first one has been on structural change, structural transformation, right? I mean, yes, it's very clear that structural change, which is the transfer of labor from agriculture to manufacturing to services, has been slow. We know post-pandemic there's been a structural regression. And, so we have the share of agriculture has increased, and while that of services has declined, Shipra Nigam sort of showed this. She pointed out the structural transformation. But we also discussed a bit about how the structural transformation has been gendered. And men in India, we've had a situation across the country where men have left, have had to leave, have been able to leave agriculture, migrate to cities, whereas women stay behind, take care of agriculture, take care of the elderly, the children, and so on, right? So, it also emerged in the conversations how the rural and urban are quite intertwined. So you have households that one foot in the urban, one foot in the rural. They are split. They have to be split. And that's the only way they can make their ends meet because they get income from sufficient income and livelihood. And so even the feminization of agriculture that came up again and again, Rikia spoke about it, Khushbu spoke about it. It's true that the share of women in agriculture is much higher than the share of men in agriculture. And so I think that in this context, the idea that structural change is gendered and therefore employment is gendered, and that is really, the point that we hardly have any non-farm jobs for women, that also sort of came in the discussion today. So, and then, this sort of also very intimately is linked with the question of work and employment, and Deepa asked, where are the jobs, right? The context of our economic model has been that we've had high growth, but it's been jobless growth, it's been job loss growth, and the paradox, the paradox really is that we've had massive gains in women's education, and they've not been translated into labor market outcomes. And then, in this context, in work, women are the buffer, women are the latent workforce. But just like women, it's the rural also, which continues to absorb the crisis, and whether it was a pandemic or demonetization and so on. So then in terms of work, when we look at both the rural and the urban, how is it that, how do we imagine? And I think over here, what Professor Diwan said in the morning, going back to the Constitution, going back to the fundamentals, Article 39 on the right to adequate means of livelihood is very, very critical. And then, the points Saundarya made, how do we do this, with dignity, with humanity, and invoking Ambedkar? I think that's something we talk about, but also has to be more embedded in our policy. Then I think an important point, we didn't frame it like that, but the whole conversation revolved around care and social reproduction. And, Professor Diwan highlighted that paid work simply cannot take place without unpaid work. And, Shamsher gave us a very, very vivid description in Haryana, women waking up in the morning and taking care of the cattle and cooking and so on. So women are spending a lot of time doing just this unpaid work as education levels increase, as they are unable to access paid work, and so on. So then, it also entails, as Khushbu pointed out, emotional labor, psychological labor, and so on. And then, I just want to end with this bit about what Navanita said about change not being linear. That, the grand goal is gender equality, but how do we get there? And so there were a lot of paradoxes that came out, and that kind of really make us think about the disciplines in which, through the disciplinary lenses through which we look at social change. How is it that we can speak better, not only across disciplines, but also between academics and policy? So, how do we make sense of the increasing agency, mobility, empowerment, but at the same time increasing violence against women, right? And then when gender equality is so enshrined in the Constitution, how do we make sense of the gender de-equalization that Professor Diwan talked about in high growth? And if we have the state's discourse that celebrates women's empowerment, why does the state find so hard to recognize women as workers, to recognize women as farmers, right? And, Shipra Deo, she gave some very powerful explanations from the field. Even though we have a 2005 amendment to the Succession Act of 56, only 14% of the women own land. And why is it that women are farmers but they don't own land, right? And Shipra said that when families and communities deny women this right, they prefer not to litigate and sour relations with their family. And then, that takes us back to the black box of the household, that I wish we discuss a little bit more intra-household dynamics, allocation within household resources and so on. And in fact, even the dean in the morning made a point about dignity of women within the family. So then, on land, and I think it's so important in the context of rural, it's the family and the state that do not want women to own this land. So if the state does not want them to own this land, what does this speak to the state's project of gender equality? And then when we're thinking of policy, very briefly, and this is really my last point here, we also need to think of policy trade-offs. Deepa raised it, Sudhir raised it, and Indrani also spoke about it. Of course, DBTs are good, DBTs are fine, and they're really needed for some specific categories of individuals and households. But what is the trade-off here? Like you were pointing out, if it is at the cost of public services, do we really need them? Do we really want them? Should we not have universal public services rather than, giving cash transfers? So I think, and also the idea, and most of the policy solutions also seem very instrumental. And I will not go into detail, but I do think, I think we're sort of really coming a full circle where we need to address structural issues more deeply. So I think I'll stop there and I would like to thank everyone for their patience and what has been a very, very rich day in terms of deliberation. And over to Sudhir.
It may look like a very simple task in the end, but trust me, it is not. It's actually a challenging task. There was a task which I thought for myself in the morning, but somehow the way things turned out, that is something which I have to say in the end. So before, I will take 1.5 minutes to just say a couple of things about the seminar and the theme, and then vote of thanks. Firstly, there is a context why we thought of talking about dignity, and I and Ajay Virji had a conversation about it when the doubling farmers' income discourse was taking off, and we thought that what are the other ways we can talk about this issue, and that's where the concept of dignity emerged in our conversation. And that's how in the last seminar we looked at the concept about, we named it as looking beyond income paradigms and talking about what kind of other interventions, policy, state and other interventions can be there. That's how the concept of dignity figured it in. That's one. The second aspect, and I would like to mention it here, in 2016, I organized the first seminar on these themes here in this hall. And in that seminar, there was one problem which was highlighted by scholars throughout the day, that can India afford Europe-like urbanization, the kind of urbanization we witnessed in the 19th century or the early 20th century. And one simple answer which was given, that India can't afford that kind of urbanization. But the 2016 seminar ended with a note that we don't know what is going to happen in the future. I think it's been almost 10 years now, and what I can see is the answer coming up during the pandemic especially, that we have to look back at rural, we have to fall back at rural. But when we say rural, what exactly it is? Now, if you look at it from the concept of dignity perspective, Supreme Court of India in various judgments highlighted that dignity is about education, clean air, water, and so on and so forth. But what has happened in the legal discourse so far is there is no special differentiation. So when court talks about dignity and education, it looks at entire Indian landscape as one. What we thought of doing is to look at it in segregated categories. So two categories which we have is rural and urban. Now the third one is the small towns, which is also coming up as a major category. So dignity and the question of rural dignity. But friends, there is a third point which I wanted to mention. When we talk about rural, which segments are we talking? And if you look at the population in rural, it is made of three major segments. One is women, second the scheduled caste population, and third is the elderly population. That largely constitutes the rural. So when we do not talk about special differentiation, talking about rural and dignity, we are actually not talking about these three major sections which constitutes, if you talk about it in labor force, 70%, if you talk about population, more than 50%. So when we are talking about Viksit Bharat, when we are talking about other models of development, I think one entry point is to talk about rural with dignity while talking about these sections. And that's how the theme of this seminar emerged. And I am grateful to all the panelists who actually highlighted different issues and really raised very pertinent questions. I must say that in Center for Political Studies, somehow we found ourselves, I would say, ill-equipped to have adequate conceptual tools. How do we raise these issues? And we found that it is wonderful to have interdisciplinary dialogue to understand these issues. And I think the panelists did a fantastic job, starting with Professor Ritu Diwan and Dean Professor Sharma and many others. It's a long list, so I'm not going to name everybody, but many thanks to all the speakers. Ajay Veerji, I wanted him to speak. I mean, he's a wonderful speaker, but he keeps telling me, no, I don't want to speak. And I end up, saying this from the stage always. So thank you for your support, encouragement, and freedom also, I would say. There are a lot of people who supported this seminar without whom I wouldn't have been able to do it. Of course, Amrita has been a great support from the beginning. Thank you very much. There are friends whom I work with, Shrishi, Varsha, Abhishek, Manish, Tinku, Sneha, Bhavna, Shailja, and Samdarshi from Bharat Krishak Samaj, who has been a great support. Then we had Latif's food, wonderful food, thanks to Latif and his team. Many thanks to Shivnadar University, their students and the colleagues from Shivnadar who came all the way, sat here throughout the day, and they made the deliberations wonderful. I am grateful to our CPS colleagues, especially Chairperson Professor Biju Kumar, who was there in the morning, and Dean Professor Sharma. Needless to mention, BKS and we have been organizing these events for the past 3 years, and we are looking forward to a more warm relationship in future. Perhaps we can make more meaningful intervention by such dialogues. Many thanks to Nandakumar ji and Adevir ji for your help. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining in. A big clap for all of you. Thank you. And please forgive me if I miss some name. It may be an inadvertent error. And as Shamsher said, faults are all mine. Perhaps appreciations are also all mine. So thank you.